you will have to sit on the floor. I know some of you are reading later. Yeah. Some of you are reading more. Yeah. Jade, you guys, the sixth grade.
Yes. Injury at the diversion. Oh no, you take it hurt.
Oh, sorry, you guys. Miss Bowling is gonna come too. She stepped in this morning. I was like, welcome. So, okay.
Sharon, please.
Do you have her on the teacher, Sharon?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
This is just so warm and fuzzy. Hey, I heard you gave out candy to sixth graders yesterday. Did you recognize him? I got it.
You got it. Okay.
Or did they right away say, hi, Mrs. Payne?
Eli, you're still reading? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's working on it. I have one more that doesn't know what you're. Okay. All right, I'm gonna open up.
And then are we streaming? Hi guys, welcome. Thanks for coming. So welcome to the second annual Diversity Read-In. We're really excited to kick off today. We read diversely from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. This day is all about celebrating different perspectives. We want everybody to be able to see themselves in books. So no matter their race, no matter their sexual orientation, no matter their gender identity, no matter their abilities, no matter their family situation, no matter where they're from, right? We want no matter how they identify, no matter what their identities are made of, we want them to be able to see themselves in books and in poems and in texts. So today is all about just celebrating stories of all different kinds of people from around the world and from around our country. Let's get started. Let's kick it off. I think we'll start with Lillian and Rosie. You guys want to start us off? They've chosen a really great book.
Yeah. Our book is called I Sang You Down from the Stars by Tasha Spillett Sumner. I loved you before I met you, before I held you in my arms. I sang you down from the stars. As I searched for your eyes in the sky, I saw a shooting star. I followed it to a fluffy white eagle plume. I held on to it, the first gift in a bundle that will be yours. Summer was fading into fall on the day I found out that you had chosen to make my body your first home. Together, we went to gather cedar and sage, medicines that will keep your spirit strong through the winter. When you are old enough, I will teach you how to use them. As the north wind blew, you grew bigger and stronger. Waiting for you taught me about patience and love. With care in my hands, I sewed your first star blanket. With each stitch, I whispered a prayer for you and thought about wrapping you up warm and safe, just like you are now in my belly. Into your bundle it goes. As the ice began to melt, we visited the river. When our people travel the waterways, the song of the rushing rapids calls us home. I picked you up a small stone for you so that you always remember you belong to this place. Into your bundle it goes. You arrived in the spring with the waters that come from when the ice breaks and the rivers flow again. For the first time after our long wait, I looked down at you and found stars in your eyes. Our hearts danced together. I honored your journey from the sky by passing on the gifts I had gathered for you. This, my baby, is your sacred medicine bundle. First, I wrapped you in your star blanket and held you close to me. The fluffy plume I found when I followed the shooting star is a reminder that there is beauty all around us. We just have to look and see. Medicines of cedar and sage are for you to keep your spirit strong. When you hold the stone from the river, remember the land carries stones, and so do you. Family and friends came from near and far to welcome you. One by one, they held you and greeted you. You brought them so much love and joy. I saw that you, my baby, are also a sacred bundle. You are my baby bundle. As I held you close, I whispered in your ear, I loved you before I met you, before I held you in my arms. I sang you down from the stars. The end. Hi.
Okay, we're going to be reading Lubna and the Pebble.
Lubna's best friend was a pebble. It was shiny and smooth and gray.
Lubna found it on the beach when they arrived in the night. Then she fell asleep in Daddy's salty arms.
When Lubna opened her eyes, it was morning. They had landed in a world of tents. Lubna clutched Daddy's hand and gripped her pebble. Somehow, she knew they'd keep her safe.
In a big white tent, Lubna found a felt tip pen. She drew a happy face on her pebble. Hello, Pebble, whispered Lubna. Pebble smiled back.
Lubna told Pebble everything, about her brothers, about home, about the war. Pebble always listened to her stories. Pebble always smiled when she felt scared. I love you, Pebble, Lubna said with a sigh.
Then the winter arrived. The winds began to blow. The tents began to flap. Daddy said, come close, I'll keep you warm.
But Lubna was worried. What if Pebble gets a cold? That must never happen, said Daddy. He went and found a shoebox and a tea towel. Thank you, Lubna grinned, and she put Pebble to bed and kissed it goodnight.
Soon, the little boy arrived. At first, he had no words, just blinks and sneezes and stares. This is my best friend, Pebble, Lubna said. The little boy coughed and sneezed and smiled. Hello, Pebble. My name's Amir.
Lubna and Amir became friends. They played hide and seek underneath the stars.
But at bedtime, Lubna whispered to Pebble, you are still my best friend.
One day, Daddy was beaming. We are leaving. We have found a new home.
Lubna felt happy, then sad. Amir cried.
That night, Lubna couldn't sleep. She asked Pebble what to do. Pebble didn't answer.
But by the morning, Lubna knew.
Lubna gave Amir the shoebox with the pebble and the pen. What do I do if Pebble misses you? Asked Amir. Draw the smile back on, said Lubna. And what do I do if I miss you?
Tell Pebble all about it, Lubna said. Amir nodded and held the shoebox tight.
Goodbye, Pebble, Lubna whispered. Hello, Pebble, Amir said. You all wait.
Tales by moonlight. Hardly anyone has time for fun and games when the farm is uppermost on our minds. No time to climb the surrounding hills and play hide and seek among the rocks. But after the months of preparing and planting, after the year's yield has been gathered and stored, then the entertainment can begin. Until then, life remains routine, but there is always time for a folklore by moonlight. Together, with my brothers and the neighbors' children, I sit on a mat spread out in the front of our house. Story, story, Papa says. Story, we reply. There was a king who had 3 children, Papa begins. One day he decided to test which one was the most skilled among them, to know who would take over after he died. The king asked his sons to mount their horses and follow him to a baobab tree. There, they would display their different skills, and then he would decide. The first son galloped at top speed and thrust his spear into the baobab tree. It pierced right through from one side to the other. The hole was so large that he rode through it with his horse. And then it was the turn of the second son. Like his brother before him, he galloped towards the baobab tree at top speed, then jumped right over it with his horse. As for the third son, he rode through the baobab tree and uprooted it with his bare hands while still sitting on the back of his horse. Then waved the tree at his father. Now, which of these do you think is the greatest? Papa asked. On and on, all of us boys and girls debated this for the rest of the night.
I will be reading Sulwe by Lupitia Nyong'o. I think that's how you pronounce it, but I might have butchered it. Sulwe was born the color of midnight. She looked nothing like her family, not even a little, not at all. Mama was the color of dawn, Baba was the color of dusk, and Meek, her sister, was the color of high noon. Hardly anyone at school looked like Sulwe either. People gave her sister Meek names like Sunshine, Ray, and Beauty. People gave Sulwe names like Blackie, Darky, and Night. Sulwe felt hurt every time. So she hid away while her sister made lots of friends. Sulwe dreamed of being the same color as her sister. She wanted real friends too. So she got the biggest erasers she could find and tried to rub off a layer or two of her darkness. She crept into Mama's room and helped herself to her makeup. Oh no, she would hear about this from Mama. Sulwe decided to work from the inside out and ate only the lightest and brightest foods. With a stomach ache, she went to bed early and turned to God for a miracle. Dear God, why do I look like midnight when my mother looks like dawn? Please make me as fair as my parents I'm from. Want to be beautiful, not just to pretend. Want to have daylight. I want to have friends. If you hear me, my Lord, and would like to comply, may I wake up as bright as the sun in the sky. Amen.
When Mama came in to wake her from school the next morning, Sulwe rose to find not a trace of daylight on her midnight skin. Sulwe told Mama everything. Mama asked, "What is your name?" "Sulwe," she muttered. "And what does it mean?" "Star," Sulwe whispered. "Brightness is not in your skin, my love. Brightness is who you are. As for beauty," Mama said, rubbing Sulwe's stomach the way she always did to comfort her, "you are beautiful." Sulwe sighed. "Well, you are beautiful to me. You can't rely on what you look like to make you feel beautiful, my sweet. Real beauty comes from your mind and your heart. Begins with how you see yourself, not how others see you. Now up you get and out you go." How could she, as dark as she was, have brightness in her? How could she have beauty when no one but her mother seemed to see it? How could she be a star? That night, a shooting star appeared in Sulwe's window. "The night sent me," the star said. "Come with me." Sulwe hopped onto the star, and off they went. "Long ago, at the beginning of time," said the star, "it was night and day, and they were sisters." They loved each other very much, but people didn't treat the sisters the same. People gave Day pet names like Lovely, Nice, Pretty. People gave Night names like Scary, Bad, and Ugly. She felt hurt every time. Day stayed behind and enjoyed making everybody happy in the sun. But the day grew too long. The day began to really miss her sister. So did everybody else. There had to be a way to get her back. So Day set off to find Night, and she did. "I miss you," said Day. "I miss you too," said Night. "But you don't know what it's like to be treated badly for being dark." "You're right, I don't," Day replied. "But what I do know is that we need to see you just the way you are. Come and see." Night returned, and the people rejoiced. "We need the darkest night to get the deepest rest. We need you so that we can grow our dream and keep our secrets to ourselves." Stars chimed in. "Brightness isn't just for the daylight. Light comes in all colors. Some light can only be seen in the dark." While day had a golden glow, night had everything. With night, everything had a silver sheen, elegant and fine. Day told her sister, when you are darkest is when you are most beautiful. It's when you're most you. Could it be that night did not need to change? Even a little? Not even at all? Now that night and day were back together, a little bit of the night returned to day in the form of shadows. A little bit of day returned to night in the form of moonlight. They were inseparable from that moment on and promised to celebrate the brightness in each other, whether people choose to see it or not. You see, the star explained, we need them both on their sunniest day and their darkest night, and every shade in between. Together, they make the world we know light and dark, strong and beautiful. Sulwe rose next morning beaming. There would be no hiding anymore. She belonged in the world, dark and beautiful, bright and strong. And if she ever needed a reminder of her brightness, she could look up at the night on the darkest night and see for herself. Sulwe felt beautiful inside and out. The end.
Be able to see the pictures better on the book. Not on the seats, but in front of the seats. Sit down on the ground in front of these seats, you'll be able to see the books and the pictures better. Some kids might come in and need to sit in the chairs, and if so, we need to scoot forward. Okay, let's move everybody, move your bodies forward 2 big steps. There we go. That way students are going to sit in the chairs. They can sit down, Ripley. Good. And now you'll be able to see the pictures.
So we'll be reading You Matter by Christian Robinson. I Okay. The small stuff, too small to see.
Those who swim with the tide and those who don't.
The first to go and the last, you matter.
When everyone thinks you're a pest.
When something is just out of reach.
When everyone is too busy to help, you matter.
If you fall down,
If you have to start all over again,
even if you are ready, really gassy, you matter.
sometimes home is far away.
Sometimes someone you love says goodbye.
Sometimes you feel lost and alone, but you matter.
Old and young,
The first to go and the last.
the small stuff too small to see.
You matter.
Nothing. Thank you.
So this is Respect, about Aretha Franklin, the Queen of Soul. Blessed, cradled by the church, rocked by an ebony sea. Aretha says a little prayer each night on a bended knee. DETROIT, the Franklins moved north from Memphis, Tennessee. They put down roots and rise like a mighty tree. MUSIC, hand clapping gospel, the Franklins' pedigree. Parents, children, praise the Lord in stirring harmony. STRIFE, Clarence and Barbara Franklin can't seem to agree. Daddy wasn't faithful, so Mama chose to flee. GIFTED, young gifted black, Aretha hears a melody. Then she plays the tune by ear, blinking perfectly. EXAMPLE, her preacher father fights for the rights of his community. Other leaders visit to voice a common plea. TLAENT, young Aretha's solos soar with artistry. Her wise father senses his daughter's destiny. DEBUT, 14 recording live and nervous as can be. She cuts a gospel album, giving God the victory. VOICE, Aretha's voice resounds with color and clarity. Spanning 3+ octaves, the maestros all agree. GROOVE, Aretha finds her groove when she's rocking R&B. No woman of her time has more chart toppers than she. RIGHT, for the civil rights movement for racial equality. Aretha raises funds and gives concerts for free. Someday we'll all be free. GREAT, Aretha's crowned as Queen of Soul, our own royalty. She wins awards and accolades and more than one degree. PROUD. When the first Black president is sworn into history, the Queen rejoices with my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty. HUMBLE, Aretha tours her queendom from sea to shining sea, but in Detroit down to earth, she's known just as Riri. RESPECT, the Queen of Soul, blessed us with a golden legacy, but she would probably call it the gift that God gave me.
Good morning, everybody. What a great class you guys have. These guys, you were being so well behaved. Thank you. Today, I am going to read All Our Neighbors. Can I move this up a little? Can you then move so we can be a little, or why don't you guys scooch up a little bit towards me? How about that? Ooh, you guys are good scoochers. So the book is All Our Neighbors. What is a community? It's a place for you and me. Come along and you'll see. We are all neighbors here. We start our days in different ways. Some go to work and others stay. We're here for each other, come what may. We are all neighbors here. Let's go walking down our street, friends and neighbors here to greet. Oh, so many folks to meet. We are all neighbors here. What is a community? It's a place for you and me. Come along and you'll see. We are all neighbors here. A friendly smile, a familiar face, helping hands, just in case. Taking care of our shared space. We are all neighbors here. We can help each other along, building bonds that are strong, so everyone knows they belong. We are all neighbors here. What is a community? It is a place for you and me. Come along and you'll see. We are all neighbors here. The sound of music in the street, the scent of goodies ready to eat, feeling at home and complete. We are all neighbors here. This is our community. We celebrate diversity. Look at this, everybody. We are all neighbors here. Let's say that all together. We are all neighbors here. Yeah, we have lots of neighbors that we like to take really good care of, right, everybody? You guys were double extra special good. Thank you so much. What a great group. Thank you.
Yesterday we had practice listening to several stories.
Practice paid off. I'm telling you what.
I know, Dr. McFadden told them they're really well behaved.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I will be reading Astro Girl by Ken Wilson Max. Astrid had loved the stars and space ever since she could remember. I want to be an astronaut, Astrid told her best friend Jake as they gazed up at the stars. Will you bring me an asteroid when you come back from space? Asked Jake. Of course I will, Jakey. I want to be an astronaut, Astrid said at breakfast. Are you sure? Papa asked. You'll have to go round and round the earth in your spaceship. He swung her around. I can do that, Astrid said, giggling. Huh? Yeah. What about eating food out of a tube or a package every day? I can do that, Astrid said as she munched a cereal bar. Yeah.
And maybe when she get out, it's gonna drop down to her own.
Okay, Astro Girl. You also have to get used to zero gravity. Papa threw her up in the air. I could do that all day long, Astrid laughed. What about all the science experiments? Asked Papa. Could you do those, my brave explorer? No problem, Astrid said as they made rocket ship cookies. Will a space cadet like you be able to sleep on your own among the stars? Papa asked. I think that'll be very hard, but I'll do it, Astrid whispered. At last, it was time to go get Mama. Astrid wore her favorite space t-shirt. At the Space Center, Astrid and her papa moved into the front of the crowd just as the doors opened. Oh no, that's real people. Mama, Astrid gave her mama a big kiss. I missed you, said Astrid. That's a good question. I want to be an astronaut, just like you, said Astrid. You're my hero. Astrid has learned a lot about being an astronaut. The word astronaut comes from two Greek words, astron meaning star and nauts meaning sailor. American astronauts Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin were the first to land on the moon in the lunar module Eagle on July 20th, 1969.
Well, what master just flashed it off the ship and the ship went.
I don't know.
That was very weird, I think. And then they were just what if the moon actually fell from the sky?
Oh, that's not gonna happen.
There was like a gate up here, and then the rocket ship was right here, and when that moon dropped, if that moon dropped down, that moon dropped down, it smashed on a building somewhere.
The first animal to go into orbit was a dog named Laika on the Russian Sputnik 2 spacecraft on November 3rd, 1957. The end.
Okay, so I'm reading Change Sings. Look at all the pretty colors. She has a guitar. Okay, this book is written by Amanda Gorman and pictures are by Lauren Long. I can hear change humming in its loudest, proudest song. I don't fear change coming, and so I sing along. Guitar. I scream with the skies of red and blue streamers. I dream with the cries of tried and true dreamers. I'm a chant that rises and rings. There is hope where my change sings. Though some don't understand it, those windmills of mysteries, I sing with all the planet and its hills of histories. I hum with 100 hearts, each of us lifting a hand. I use my strengths and my smarts, take a knee to make a stand. I'm bright as the light each day brings. There is love where my change sings. I show others tolerance, though it might take some courage. I don't make a taller fence, but fight to build a better bridge. I talk not only of distances from where and how we came, I also walk our differences to show we are the same. I'm a movement that roars and springs. There's a wave where my change sings. Change sings where? There, inside me, because I'm the change I want to see. As I grow, it grows like seeds. I am just what the world needs. I'm the voice where freedom rings. You're the love your bright heart brings. We are the wave starting to spring, for we are the change we sing. Yeah, lots of bright colors. Yeah. Oh, you're being the instruments? Yeah. Yeah. Yep, it's a very big band.
Maybe choosing like
Hey, ready? I'm going to read the next page. Ready? Okay. Where what the world is becoming, and we know it won't be long. We all hear change strumming. Won't you sing along? All right, that's the book. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Stand up and let's line up. So you're walking out this way. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much.
Hi guys. I'm going to read If You Plant a Seed by Kadar Nelson. If you plant a seed. If you plant a tomato seed, a carrot seed, a cabbage seed, in time, with love and care, tomato, carrot, and cabbage plants will grow. See, the rabbit and the mouse are enjoying their food. Yay, they have food. What do you think these birds want? Yes, they want the food. Isn't it wacky how birds can do that?
Baby chicken, yeah.
Kind of like this. If you plant a seed of selfishness in a very short time, oh boy, it will grow and grow and
Guess what the mouse
grow.
was yelling?
Into a heap of trouble. Where are the tomatoes now? Yeah. But if you plant a seed of kindness, in almost no time at all, the fruits of kindness will grow and grow and grow. Ta-da! Got a whole new garden now. Yay!
Some tomatoes.
And those fruits of kindness are very, very sweet.
I think corn on the cob.
Yes.
Yay, my
Yay.
favorite.
Everybody knows me? Okay, now I'm gonna read in Spanish and English, okay? So my friends, you're going to understand. I'm gonna start reading in Spanish and then I'm gonna read the same in English, okay? Okay? My reader glasses on and María tenía una llamita. Maria had a little llama. Maria, her name is Maria. And this is her little llama. So, la llamita, this is the llamita. Tenía una lana que era muy blanca como la nieve. Her fleece was white as snow. And everywhere that Mary go, y a donde María iba, la llama la seguía. The llama was sure to go. One day, Un día siguió a María a la escuela. One day, the llama followed Maria to school. Look at that town. The pueblo. This is el pueblo. Have you watched Encanto? This is like Encanto Pueblo. Okay. So now you know what we are talking about. But that was against the rules. Eso iba en contra de las reglas. Can you bring a llama to school? No. Los niños se rieron y jugaron al ver una llama en la escuela. It made the children laugh and play to see a llama at school. If you see a llama at school, do you laugh and play with a llama? No, you're not gonna laugh with a llama? La maestra, the teacher, tuvo que mandarla fuera. The teacher had to send the llama outside of the classroom. You need to go. Váyase de aquí. Go. Afuera. Pero ella se quedó cerca esperando a María. She stayed there waiting for María. Look at her.
Go.
So, the llama was waiting for María to appear. ¿Por qué la llama quiere tanto a María? Preguntaron sus niños. ¿Por qué María quiere mucho a la llama? La maestra respondió. Why does the llama love Maria so much? The eager children cried. Maria loves the llama, you know, the teacher did reply. They were curious why the llama and Maria love them each other so much. Why do you think they love each other so much? Because they are friends. Do you love your friends? Okay. And that's the end of the story.
No. I'm going to be reading my Whirling Twirling Motor by Miriam Sarcia Saunders, illustrated by Tammy Lyon. I have a spinning motor inside me that buzzes and whirls and hums. I can't turn it off. It made me play with my dinosaurs instead of getting my shoes on this morning. Hurry, we're late for school. At recess, my friends wouldn't play with me because my buzzing motor's noises were too annoying. So I threw a ball hard and hit Nicole in the face by mistake. Ouch. Sorry, Nicole. Kablurble, toodle, snoodle woodle, glip glop. The twirling and humming made me forget my snack and my lunch and my homework. At home, the motor ran me fast around the dining table, running and running and running, round and round. Mom told me to slow down, take it easy, but I couldn't turn off the motor. So Dad had me sit down and he plunked a box of blocks in front of me. Up and up, I kept going higher and higher. I made a tower so high it almost hit the ceiling. Time for dinner. Charlie, dinner now. Mom and Dad came to get me. They had mad faces. Now it's time for bed. Dad chases me twice around the sofa. Mom tells me to brush my teeth. Bedtime, but I can't sleep. I have a spinning motor inside me that buzzes and whirls and hums. Mom tucks me in and I squiggle and squirm because the motor is busy. Hey there, wiggle worm. I know it's hard for you to settle down. You always move, 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 but I need to talk to you. Uh-oh, will she tell me all the things I did because of my buzzing motor? I bury my head under a blanket. I wish I could turn off the motor. She takes out a sparkly red notebook and reads from a list. Wonderful list. Took your cereal bowl to the sink without being asked. Said thank you when I gave you a glass of milk. Your teacher said you sat still during spelling and finished your math. You shared markers with Isabel and Miles. You held open the door for Hayden. You ate all your peas and broccoli, and you put your blocks away. You got into your jammies for Dad much quicker today. You brushed your teeth the first time I told you to, and I'm very proud of you. My buzzing, twirling, humming motor settles to a quiet purr, and a warm, cozy yumminess spreads. I like this feeling. Mom ruffles my hair. You did all that today. I wrote it all down to remind us all how wonderful you are. I bet I'll catch you doing all sorts of wonderful things tomorrow, too. I dig down into my warm covers. I guess my motor is a little sleepy after all. Good night. Dad says good night. Mom kisses my forehead. They think I'm wonderful. What will be on my wonderful list tomorrow? The end.
Ready? Let's go. Viv, where are you going? You wanna go with me? No. You wanna be with Miss Karen, right? Bye, guys. Yeah, I think we'll sit right here on the blue carpet in front of the microphone. You know what I expect of you? We're in the library. This is where, look, I'm the narrator. Look at me. Turn around, face the reader. Like to make sure the title.
Okay.
Clark. Stop.
Hi everyone. So today I'm reading a book called Where Are You From by Jamie Kim. Where are you from? They ask. Is your mom from here? Is your dad from there? They ask. I'm from here, from today. Same as everyone else, I say. No, where are you really from? They insist. Oh, sorry. Okay. I ask Abuelo because he knows everything. And like me, he looks like he doesn't belong. Where am I from? Abuelo thinks. His eyes squint, like he's looking inside his heart for an answer. You're from the Pampas, the open free land, he says. You're from the Gacho, brave and strong, from the brown river that cleanses and feeds the land, that gives us the grain for our bread, the milk from the cows. You're from mountains so high, they tickle Senor Cielo's belly, where the condor roasts and his family, and the jaguar prowls that night. But you're also from the warm blue oceans the copper warriors tried to tame, and the elegant palm trees stretch their fingers to caress. You're from hurricanes and dark storms, and a tiny singing frog that calls the island people home when the sun goes to sleep. From this land where our ancestors built a home for all, even when they were in chains because of the color of their skin. You're from the grandmothers who searched their grandchildren, always waiting in a plaza, their white handkerchiefs wrapping the sorrow of their thoughts. You came from the sunshine that lights our path in this world and the rain that washes away our mistakes. But Abuelo, I ask, where am I really from? Abuelo laughs. You want a place? He points to his heart. You're from here, from my love and the love of all of those before us. From those who dreamed of you, because of a song sung under the Southern Cross, or the words in a book written under the light of the North Star. There's a North Star right there. You are from all of us. I am the end.
We're reading
Dreamers
from
by
Yuri
Morales.
Morales. I dreamed of you, then you appeared. Together we became a more resplendent life, you and I. One day we bundled gifts in our backpack and crossed the bridge outstretched like the universe. And when we made it to the other side, thirsty and awe, unable to go back, we became immigrants.
Migrants, you and I, the sky and the land welcomed us in words unlike those of our ancestors.
There were so many things we didn't know, unable to understand and afraid to speak. We made lots of mistakes.
You and I became immigrants. Thousands and thousands of steps we took around the land until one day we found
A place we had never seen before, suspicious, improbable.
unbelievable, surprising.
Unimaginable.
Where we didn't need to speak, we only needed to trust, and we did.
Books became our language. Books became our homes. Books became our lives. We learned to read.
To speak, to write, and to make our voices heard.
Someday we will become something we haven't even imagined. But right now,
We are stories. We are two languages. We are Lucha. We are resilience. We are hope. We are dreamers. We Sindors of the world. We are love and more love. The
that's
end.
the end. This book is called Myra's Curly Hair by Miriam Al Circle and Rebecca Luciani. Myra had very curly hair. It curled at the front, it curled at the back, it curled everywhere. Myra didn't like her hair. She wanted it to be straight and smooth, just like her mama's. She tried to pull it up, but it still curled. She stood on her head, but the curling wouldn't stop. She used some old books to straighten out her hair, but when she got up, there were curls everywhere. Myra wanted her hair to be straight and smooth, just like her mama's. One cloudy day, Myra went for a stroll holding her mama's hand. Drip, drip, drip. Rain started to fall. They ran towards a palm arish and crouched among the chicks and geese. As they sat, waiting for the rain to clear, Myra looked at her mama and started to stare. Mama's hair was curly, up and up. It kept curling. It wouldn't stop. Mama, Mama, look at your hair. It looks beautiful and free, curling everywhere. From that day on, curls were the only way Myra and her mama wore their hair. The end.
Thank you, Quinn. Thank you so much. That was so great. Okay, fourth graders, we know that you have some books to read. Hopefully they're all here. So when our first group starts to step by, do you want to come?
Jane and Elijah.
Hopefully
Remember, we all say showing that we need practice. We are water protectors. Written by Carol Lindstrom, illustrated by Michaela Gode.
Water is the first medicine Noke told me.
We come from water. It nourished us inside our mother's body, as it nourishes us here on Mother Earth. Water is sacred, she said.
We stand with us our songs and our drums. We are still here. The river's rhythm runs through my veins, runs through my people's veins.
My people talk of a black snake that will destroy the land.
Below the water, tools and plants and animals bring us back.
When my peoples first spoke of the black snake, they foretold that it wouldn't come for many, many years.
Now the black snake is here. Its venom burns the land, coursing through the water, making it unfit to drink.
Take courage. I must keep the black snake away from my village's water. I must rely on my people together.
To stand for the water, to stand for the land, to stand as one against the black snake. We stand with our songs and our drums. We are still here.
It will not be easy.
We fight for those who cannot fight for themselves, the winged ones, the crawling ones.
The four-legged, the two-legged, the plants, trees, rivers, and lakes.
The earth. We are all related.
Tears like waterfall stream down, tracks down my face, tracks down my people's face.
Water has its own spirit, Nokomis told me. Water is alive. Water remembers our ancestors who came before us, she said. We stand with our songs and our drums. We are still here.
We are stewards of the earth. Our spirits have not been broken.
We are water protectors. We stand. The black snake is in for the fight of its life.
And here's a bunch of words.
Don't have a lot of time, you guys, so we might have to just do kind of tasters of the book. The first 5 to 10 pages or so.
could I have the group who is reading My Heart is with Happiness? Is that? Yes. You guys go ahead and read. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry for the hiccups.
Oh, wait, Ben's
My heart fills with happiness. By Monique Gray Smith. Illustrations by Julie Flett. My heart fills with happiness when I see the face of someone that I love. I smell bannock baking in the oven. I sing. My heart fills with happiness when I feel the sun dancing on my cheeks. I walk barefoot on the grass. I dance. My heart fills with happiness when I hold the hand of someone that I love. I listen to stories. I drum. What fills your heart with happiness? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's short. Sure. Yes. Yeah. At the mountain's base. Oops. At the mountain's base grows a hickory tree. Beneath sits a cabin. In that cabin, where a stove's fire warms, lies a cozy kitchen. On that stove simmers savory goodness in well-worn pans. By this pan sits a grandma weaving. Worrying. Around that grandma gathers a family, tending and singing. Okay, so we'll go how we. Sure. We'll start from there. Okay. That's okay.
Good reading, guys. Good reading.
We All Play by Julie Flett. Animals hide and hop, and sniff and sneak, and peek and peek. We play too. Animals swim and squirt, and chase and chirp. We play too. Does this work? Oh, it is. Fry Bread, a Native American family story, written by Kevin Noble Millard, illustrated by Giovanna Martinez Neal.
Rye bread is food. Flour, salt, water, cornmeal, baking powder, perhaps milk, maybe sugar, all mixed together in a big bowl. Rye bread is shaped. Hands mold the dough flat like a pancake, round like a ball, or puffy like Nana's biscuit. Fried bread is sound. On the skillet clings on the stove, the fire blazes from below. Drop the dough on the skillet, the bubbles sizzle and pop. Rye bread is colored golden brown, tan, or yellow, deep like coffee, sienna, or earth, light like snow and cream, warm like bread with sun. We Are Kind by Moncu Gray Smith, illustrated by Nicole Ned Hart. I am kind when I help my family. I'm kind when I share with my friends. I am kind when I help my neighbor. I'm kind when I bring food to my elders. I'm kind when I only take from the earth what I need. Thank you, thank you. Three days. And I'll see you around.
Is out today. So can you tell me if these are the books that you're planning to read? Yes. Yes. Okay. Good. Perfect. If you guys could sit. So I need these back because we're going to read them to other classes. So you're welcome to take them now. You guys get on the blue carpet in front. Right. Yeah, sit with your buddies. Sit with your buddies, please.
Hey guys, you're gonna be facing this way.
Yes, you're facing the microphone here.
So go, like someone's gonna be up here saying, hey, I'm reading a book up here. So move that way and face this way.
And he brought me.
All right, let's start with when we are kind. Can we start with when we are kind? Can you guys when we are kind? Get up and read. Thank you guys.
When we are kind. By Monique E. Gray Smith. I am kind when I help my family.
I am kind when I share with my friends.
I am kind when I take my dog for an extra long walk.
I am kind when I help my neighbor.
I am kind when I bring food to my elders.
I am kind when I only take from the earth what I need.
I am kind when I take care of myself and get a good night's sleep.
I feel joy when my family and I are kind.
I feel happy when my friend is kind to me.
I feel comforted when my cat is kind to me.
I feel loved when my elders are kind to me.
I feel grateful when the earth is kind to me.
I feel respectful when I'm kind to myself.
When we are kind, we remember we are all related.
Fry bread. Fry bread, a Native American family story, written by Kevin Noble Millard, illustrated by Juana Martinez Neal. Fry bread is food. Flour, salt, water, cornmeal, baking powder, perhaps milk, maybe sugar, all mixed together in a big bowl. Fry bread is shape. Hands mold the dough flat like a pancake and round like a ball, or puffy like Nana's softest pillow.
Fry bread is soup. The skillet clangs on the stove. The fire blazes from below. Drop the dough into the skillet. The bubbles sizzle and pop. Fry bread is colored: golden brown, tan, or yellow, deep like coffee, sienna, or earth. Light like snow and cream, warm like rays of sun. Fry bread is flavor. See beans or soup, smell tacos, cheese, and vegetables, delight in honey and jam. Rise to discover what brings us together. Fry bread is time. On weekdays and holidays, supper or dinner, powwows or in festivals, moments together with family and friends.
Fry bread is art, sculpture, landscape, portrait, our daily craft, shared from teacher to student, a cycle of heritage and fortune. Fry bread is history, a long walk, the storm land, strangers in our own world with unknown food. We made new recipes from what we had.
Fry bread is place. Alaska, Kansas, all the way to Maine, down to Delaware, on to Georgia, over to Oklahoma, Colorado, and California. Cities and lands we call home. Fry bread is nation. Abenaki, Apache, Arapaho, Ojibwe, Onondaga, Oglala-Sioux, Narragansett, Navajo, Nipmuc, Seminole, Shoshone, and Sac and Fox. Hundreds and hundreds of tribes. Fry bread is everything: round, flat, large, small, north, south, east, west, brown, yellow, black, white, familiar and foreign, old and new, we come together. Fry bread is us. We are still here, elder and young.
Oh wait, I think I said that. We strengthen each other to learn, change, and survive. Fry bread is you. We all play.
Animals hide and hop, and sniff and sneak,
and peek and peep.
We all play too. Animals swim and squirt, and bubble and bend,
and chase and chirp.
We play too. Animals slip and slide, and rumble and roll,
and wiggle and wobble.
We play too. Animals rustle and roost, and nudge and nuzzle,
and yip and yawn.
And slowly, side by side, animals fall asleep. We do too.
hope it's fine.
My Heart Fills with Happiness by Monique Gray Smith, illustrations by Julia Flatt. My heart fills with happiness when I see the face of someone I love.
I smell bannock baking in the oven.
I sing.
My heart fills with happiness when I feel the sun on my cheeks, dancing on my cheeks.
I walk barefoot on the grass.
I dance.
My heart fills with happiness when I hold the hand of someone I love.
I listen to stories.
I drum.
What fills your heart with happiness?
So you say the mountain space?
Oh yeah, you say the cover and I say the author.
At the Mountain Space
By Tracy Sorrell.
In that cabin, at the mountain space grows a hickory tree.
Beneath this sits a cabin.
In that cabin lies a cozy kitchen.
Where a stove's fire warms.
On that stove simmers savory goodness in well-worn pans.
By those pans sits a grandma, weaving.
And worrying.
Around that grandma gathers a family, tending and singing.
Within their song unfolds a battle.
Testing and demanding.
In that battle soars a plane.
Climbing and diving.
Inside that plane lies a pilot, protecting and defending.
Within the pilot forms a prayer.
Pleading for peace.
Because at the mountain's base, beneath the hickory tree,
Sits a cabin.
and beneath that cabin huddles a family waiting for her return.
Where do I go?
So it goes him, you, and then you. No, Elliot goes first.
This thing on? We are water protectors. Written by Carol Lindstrom, illustrated by Michaela Goad.
Water is the first medicine, Nakamis told me.
We come from water. It nourished us inside our mother's body, as it nourishes us here on Mother Earth. Water is sacred, she said.
We stand with our songs and our drums. We are still here. The river's rhythm runs through my veins. shines through my people. People talk of a black snake that will destroy the land.
Spoil the water, poison the plants and animals, wreck everything in its path.
When my people first spoke of the black snake, they foretold that it wouldn't come for many, many years.
Now the black snake is here. Its venom burns the land, courses through the water, making it unfit to drink. Take courage. I must keep the black snake away from my village's water. I must rally my people together.
Yeah, the last page.
Wait, that's good. We each got 2 pages. Two-page title for a thing, so I kind of like.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's fine. I have the last 2 books. I have
All right, you guys, I'm gonna read something. We're not ready for you guys. 10 o'clock. You guys are standing in front of the camera and we've got an audience. Tales by Moonlight. This is from a book called Under the Baobab Tree. Hardly anyone has time for fun and games when the farm is uppermost on our minds. No time to climb the surrounding hills and play hide and seek among the rocks. But after the months of preparing and planting, after the year's yield has been gathered and stored, then the entertainment galore can begin. Until then, life remains routine. But there is always time for a folk tale by moonlight. Together with my brothers and the neighbors' children, I sit on a mat spread out in front of our house. Story, story, Papa says. Story, we reply. There was a king who had 3 children, Papa begins. One day he decided to test which was the most skilled among them, to know who would take over after he died. The king asked his sons to mount their horses and follow him to the baobab tree. There they would display their different skills, and then he would decide. The first son galloped at top speed and thrust his spear into the baobab tree. It pierced right through from one side to the other. The hole was so large that he rode through it with his horse, Papa says. And then it was the turn of the second son. Like his brother before him, he galloped toward the baobab tree at top speed, then jumped right over it with his horse. As for the third son, he rode toward the baobab tree and uprooted it with his bare hands while still sitting on the back of his horse, then waved the tree at his father. Now, which one of these 3 do you think is the greatest? Papa asked. On and on, all of us boys and girls debated this for the rest of the night. The end. We will never know which the father chose. Hi,
Right, 4th grade. Let's start with My Heart Fills with Happiness. Speak out loud. My heart fills with happiness. My heart fills with happiness. My heart fills with happiness when I see the faces of someone I love. I smell bannock baking in the oven. I sing. My heart fills with happiness when I feel the sun dancing on my cheeks. I walk barefoot on the grass. I dance. My heart fills with happiness when I hold the hand of someone I love. I listen to stories. I drum. What fills your heart with happiness?
All right, let's do We Have More Kinds.
one of these.
When we are kind. I am kind when I help my family.
I am kind when I share with my friends.
I am kind when I take my dog for an extra long walk.
I am kind when I help my neighbors.
I am kind when I bring food to my elders.
I am kind when I only take from earth what I need.
I'm kind when I take care of myself and get a good night's sleep.
I feel joy when my family and I are kind.
I feel happy when my friend is kind to me.
I feel comforted when my cat is kind to me.
I feel loved when my elders are kind to me.
I feel grateful when the earth is kind to me.
I feel respectful when I'm kind to myself.
When we are kind, we remember we are all related.
At the mountain's base. At the mountain's base, there's a hickory tree.
And this is a cabin.
In that cabin lies a cozy kitchen.
There's no fires around.
On that stove simmers savory goodness and well-warmed cakes.
I will pan this again, my evil.
And worrying.
And then the band gathers the families, chanting and singing.
Within their songs unfolds a battle. In that battle soars a plane.
Finding and hiding.
Inside that plane flies a pilot protecting and defending.
Within that pilot flows a prayer.
Pleading for peace.
As on the mountain's base beneath the hickory trees,
Sits a cabin.
and in that cabin huddles a family waiting for her return. The end.
Sleep, Leo Play by Julia Field.
Animals hide and hop
And snip
and sneak. And peep
and peek.
we play too. And we'll swim
And squirt.
and bubble and bend.
And chase.
And chirp. We play too.
And animals slip.
And slide. And rumble.
And roll.
And wiggle. And wobble.
We play too.
Animals wrestle and roast.
And nug.
And nuzzle. And yip.
And yawn.
And slowly side by side and was fall asleep.
We play too. We do too.
It's the end.
Fry Bread, a Native American family story.
Written by Kevin Noble,
Illustrated by Quan Montrez Neal.
Fry bread is food.
Fry bread is shape.
Fry bread is sound.
Fry bread is color.
Rye bread is flavor. Rye bread is time. Rye bread is art. Rye bread is history. Rye bread is place. Rye bread is nation. Rye bread is everything. Rye bread is us. Rye bread is you.
Okay, guys, I am going to be, is this good, Miss? Am I, okay, perfect. All right, so I'm going to be reading Jacqueline Woodson's The World Belonged to Us. And this actually is one of my favorite authors. And this is a new book that just was published this year. All right, so The World Belonged to Us. To young people everywhere, keep playing. To my childhood friends, tag, you're all it. In Brooklyn, in the summer not so long ago, grown-ups always had someplace to be or some kind of work to do. But the minute school ended, us kids were free as air, free as sun, free as summer. And even before school ended, the street got so hot that someone always found a wrench to turn the hydrant on, and someone else found a soup can to scrape against the curb till the top and bottom were gone. And it wasn't a soup can anymore. It was a super shooter. And our mamas opened the windows and hollered, "Don't get your school clothes wet." But we had to run through the water, book bags and all. because our teacher's final words had been, "Have a good summer." Only our plan on that last day of school was to take what they said seriously. In Brooklyn, in the summer, not so long ago, my mom would straighten my hair for school with a hot comb, then twist it into spiraling curls that she said should last a while. But they only lasted until I ran headfirst into the hydrant, and quick as that, my hair sprung back from straightened curls to natural corals because it was finally summer and hair too had a right to be free. From the end of breakfast to the beginning of dinner every single day, all summer long, we played in the street, shooting bottle caps filled with tar across chalk-drawn boards. We spun tops and learned to take turns and flickered our double Dutch ropes into blurs, singing, not last night, but the night before, a nickel and a pickle came knocking at my door. And we jumped and we ran and we played, and the whole wide world felt like it belonged to us. And some days we scraped our knees, but there was always an older kid nearby who'd say, "It's going to be all right," and might even tell us stories about being our age, about stitches and broken arms. And if someone said, "Boys don't cry," some big boy always said, "Oh yeah," and had a story about the time he cried and cried until our eyes grew wide, our hurt knees forgotten. There was always some new kind of fun. We built forts out of enormous boxes, then admired what we'd made together. We said, "You sure can draw, and you sure can build, and you sure can jump, and you sure can sing." And we meant it. In Brooklyn, in a summer not so long ago, it was easy to believe that anything was possible when a guy from our block was good enough to play for the Mets, and a girl from our block sang on a big stage in Manhattan, and a woman someone's cousin knew wrote a whole book about Brooklyn. And someone always had a ball and a stick to hit it with or to stoop to throw it against. And if they didn't, we found a soda can and played steal the bacon and kick the can. In Brooklyn, in a summer not so long ago, we learned to watch and listen, playing tag and hide and seek inside hallways and behind thin-limbed trees and garbage cans. And our block was the whole wide world, and the world belonged to us. Afternoons, when we heard the beautiful sound of an ice cream truck, we yelled up to our mothers, "Can I have 50 cents for a cone with rainbow sprinkles?" And sometimes our mothers wrapped change into scarves and tossed them down to us. And our scarves of money held high became a parade of us kids chasing a truck with our own song. "Wait, wait, can we have a cone?" Then we'd share with the friends with no money, because some days the ones with no money were us. In Brooklyn, in the summer not long ago, we didn't need doorbells or telephones. We just two hands to cup around our mouths and a voice loud enough to be heard. So we called out to each other in Spanish, in English, in Polish, in German, in Chinese. And we ruled the block in all of our languages, playing and playing and playing until dusk fell and the street lights came on. And one by one, our mothers raised their windows again, this time to call us home. So we said, "To be continued." We said, "You're still it." We said, "Don't forget, it was my turn." We said, "Wear your green t-shirts and I'll wear mine." We said, "What are you having for dinner? Maybe I can eat over tomorrow." and our words echoed over the block like a lullaby we'd always remember. I ran up the stairs of my stoop, already excited about tomorrow and the tomorrow after that, and the many tomorrows to come, not just in Brooklyn, not just in the summer, but everywhere I'd ever go and always.
Okay, so this is Thank You, Amu by Ojimura. And the note to the reader says, Amu is the Igbo term for queen. On the corner of First Street and Long Street, the very top floor, Amu was cooking a thick red stew in a big fat pot for a nice evening meal. She seasoned and stirred it and took a small taste. What a delicious stew, Amu said. Tonight's dinner will surely be the best I have ever had. And with that, Amu put down her spoon and went to read a book before supper. As the thick red stew simmered on the stove, its scrumptious scent wafted out the window and out the door, down the hall, toward the street, and around the block until someone was at the door. When Amu opened it, she saw a little boy. Little boy, Amu exclaimed, what brings you to my home? I was playing with my race car down the hall when I smelled the most delicious smell, the little boy replied. What is it? Thick red stew. Stew, he sighed. That sure sounds yummy. Amu thought for a moment. She was saving her stew for dinner, but she had made quite a bit. It would not hurt to share. Would you like some? The little boy nodded. And so Amu spooned out some thick red stew from the big fat pot for her nice evening meal. Thank you, Amu, the little boy said, and went on his way. With that, Amu closed the door and went back to her book. As she read, her thick red stew's scrumptious scent wafted out the window and out the door, down the hall, toward the street, and around the block until someone was at the door. When Amu opened the door, this time she saw a police officer. Miss Police Officer, Amu exclaimed, what brings you to my home? I was on duty down the street when I smelled the most delicious smell, Miss Police Officer replied. What is it? Thick red stew. Ah, stew, she said, and her mouth watered. That sounds mighty tasty. Amu thought for a moment. There was still enough to share. Would you like some? The police officer nodded, and once again, Amu spooned out some thick red stew from the big fat pot for her nice evening meal. Thank you, Amu, the officer said, and went on her way. And so for the second time, Amu closed the door, went back to her book. Sure enough, as she read, her thick red stew, scrumptious scent wafted out the window and out the door, down the hall, toward the street, and around the block until again someone was at Amu's door. This time when she opened it, she saw a hot dog vendor. Mr. Hot Dog Vendor, Amu exclaimed, what brings you to my home? I was selling my hot dogs down the block when I smelled the most delicious smell, Mr. Hot Dog Vendor replied. What is it? Thick red stew. Oh, stew, the vendor licked his lips. That sounds quite delectable. So Amu spooned out some thick red stew from the big fat pot for her nice evening meal. Thank you, Amu, the hot dog vendor said and went on his way. Throughout the day, people from all across the neighborhood knocked on Amu's door. She fed a shop owner, a cab driver, a doctor, an actor, a lawyer, a dancer, a baker, an artist, a singer, an athlete, a bus driver, construction worker. Even the mayor stopped by. Soon the sky darkened and the street lights brightened, and it was finally time for dinner. But when Amu opened her big fat pot of thick red stew for her nice evening meal, it was empty. Amu sniffled. There goes the best dinner I ever had. Sorry and blue, she sat at the table with her empty pot until... Who could that be? Amu wondered. When she opened her door, she saw the little boy. The police officer, the hot dog vendor, the shop owner, the cab driver, the doctor, the actor, the lawyer, the dancer, the baker. Why, everyone she fed today was at her door. I'm sorry, everyone, Amu sighed. My thick red stew is all gone. I have nothing left to share. The little boy tugged at Amu's sleeve. Don't worry, Amu. We are not here to ask. We are here to give. The police officer carried in a fresh salad, and the mayor entered with a moist chicken. The baker brought a collection of street goodies, and even the little boy presented Amu with something special in a shiny red envelope. Everyone who had knocked on Amu's door that day squeezed inside her tiny apartment, and together they ate, danced, and celebrated. While Amu's big fat pot of thick red stew was empty, her heart was full of happiness and love. That dinner was the best she ever had. The note says, "Thank you, Amu."
A Library by Nikki Giovanni. After breakfast on Monday, grandmother washes the sheets and pillowcases. I wash the dishes. I help her hang the sheets outside and watch the wind gently blow them. Grandmother takes her sit down and asks me, "Aren't you going to return those books?" I hurry up Mavani Street all the way to Vine Avenue to the Carnegie Library. A library is a place to be free, to be in space, to be a cook, to be in love, to be unhappy, to be quick and smart, to be contained and cautious, to surf the rainbow, to sail the dreams, to be blue, to be jazz, to be wonderful, to be you, a place to be, to be. I go home and help fold the sheets and peel the carrots and potatoes and onions, and go sit on the back porch covering my toes with a quilt and read. To be another me.
Should I just read this? Or should I read the first page? This is Gaston by Kelly DiPuccio. Miss Poodle admired her new puppies, Fifi, Fufu, Ooh La La, and Gaston.
Would you like to see them again? Fifi, Fufu, Ooh La La, and Gaston. Perfectly precious, aren't they?
Miss Poodle thought so too. The puppies grew as puppies do. 3 were no bigger than teacups. The 4th, however, continued to grow and grow until he was the size of a teapot. Miss Poodle took pride in teaching her puppies how to be proper poodles. They were taught to sip, never to slobber. Good, well done, very nice. Nice try.
They were taught to yip, never yap. Yip, 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 rough.
And they were taught to walk with grace. Never race. Tip toe, tippy toe. Whoa. puppies were also taught how to look very pretty in pink, nibble their kibble, and ride in style.
Whatever the lesson, Gaston always worked the hardest, practiced the longest, and smiled the biggest.
Miss Poodle was very pleased with all of her puppies, Fifi, Fufu, Oolala, and Gaston. Spring arrived, and the proud mother was eager to show off her darlings. She took them to the park for their very first stroll in public. There was so much to see: daffodils, ducklings, dogs. Oh dear, who do we have here? Rocky, Ricky, Bruno, and Antoinette. Would you like to see them again?
Rocky, Ricky, Bruno, and Antoinette.
This was more than a little awkward. The mothers sized up to the pups. The pups sized up to one another. It seems there's been a terrible mistake, Mrs. Bulldog said, breaking the silence. Ooh, Miss Poodle agreed sadly. Whatever shall we do? Miss Bulldog could not come up with an answer. I guess we'll let them decide, she replied at last.
Gaston and Antoinette were young, but even they could see that there had been a mix-up. The two puppies began to circle around and around the group.
Gaston walked with grace. Antoinette raced. Gaston yipped. Antoinette yapped. And when they finally came to a stop, the puppies have traded places. There. That looked right. It didn't just feel right.
That evening, Antoinette tried to fit in with her new sisters, but she did not like anything proper or precious or pink.
On the other side of town, Gaston tried to fit in with his new brothers, but he did not like anything brutish or brawny or brown. Antoinette and Gaston weren't the only ones who were having a hard time adjusting.
The next morning, Mrs. Poodle forgot all about being proper and raced back to the park.
Mrs. Bulldog was already there, waiting with her burly brood. It seems we've made a terrible mistake, she nearly shouted. Wait, Miss Poodle agreed happily. This time, Gaston and Antoinette wasted no time in trading places.
There, that looked right, and it felt right too.
From that day forward, the families met in the park every afternoon to play. Rocky, Ricky, Bruno, and Antoinette taught the poodle puppies a thing or two about being tough. Likewise, Fifi, Fufu, Oolala, and Gaston taught the bulldog puppies a thing or two about being tender.
Many years later, when Gaston and Antoinette fell in love and had puppies of their own, they taught them to be whatever they wanted to be.
And
This is Julian is a Mermaid by Jessica Love. This is a boy named Julian and his abuela, and those are some mermaids. Julian loves mermaids. Vámonos, mijo. This is our stop. Abuela, did you see the mermaids? I saw them, mijo. Abuela, I am also a mermaid. I'm going to take a bath. You be good. Leon has a good idea. Oh, uh-oh. Come here, mijo. Give me a pillow for you, Julian. Where are we going? You'll see, says Abuelo. Mermaids, whispers Julian. Like you, mijo. Let's join them. And they do.
I need a B-boy back here. Do I need a B-boy back here? Or can I go closer? Are you recording? Okay. Okay. All right. My book is called All the Colors of the Earth by Sheila Hanakaba. Children come in all the colors of the earth. The roaring browns of bears and soaring eagles. The whispering golds of late summer grasses. And crackling russets of fallen leaves. The tinkling pinks of tiny seashells by the rumbling sea. Children come with hair like bouncy baby lambs. Or hair that flows like water. Or hair that curls like sleeping cats in snoozy cat colors. Children come in all the colors of love and endless shades of you and me. For love comes in cinnamon, walnut, and wheat. Love is amber and ivory and ginger and sweet. Like caramel and chocolate and the honey of bees. Dark as leopard spots, light as sand. Children buzz with laughter that kisses our land, with sunlight like butterflies, happy and free. Children come in all the colors of the earth and sky and sea.
Well, this is called The Invisible Boy by Trudy Ludwig. The Invisible Boy. Can you see Brian, the invisible boy? Even Mrs. Carlotti has trouble noticing him in her classroom. She's too busy dealing with Nathan, and Sophie. Nathan has problems with what Mrs. Carlotti calls volume control. He uses his outside voice inside too much. Sophie whines and complains when she doesn't get her way. Nathan and Sophie take up a lot of space. Brian doesn't. When the bell rings for recess, Micah and JT take turns choosing kids for their kickball teams. The best players get picked first. Then the best friends of the best players. Then the friends of the best friends. Only Brian is left, still waiting and hoping. JT glances in Brian's direction and just as quickly looks away. We've got enough players for each team, he tells the others. Let's play ball. In the cafeteria, Madison and her friends talk about her birthday party. The rope swing over the pool was awesome, says JT. Yeah, so was the water slide, adds Fiona. That was the best pool party ever. I'm so glad you guys, except Brian, he wasn't invited. At choosing time, while the other kids play board games and read, Brian sits at his table doing what he loves to do best. He draws fire-breathing dragons scaling tall buildings, space aliens locked in intergalactic battle, greedy pirates digging for treasure, and superheroes with the power to make friends wherever they go. On Monday morning, Mrs. Carlotti introduces Justin, a new student to the class. Brian smiles shyly at him. Some of the other kids sneak looks at Justin, trying to figure out if he's cool enough to be their friend. They haven't quite made up their minds yet. At lunch, Madison and JT watch Justin eat with chopsticks. What's that? Asks Madison as she points at Justin's food. It's bulgogi. What? Bulgogi. It's Korean barbecued beef. My grandma made it for me. It's really good. Do you want to try some? There's no way I'd eat boogergi. And the kids laugh. All of them, that is, except Brian. He sits there wondering which is worse, being laughed at or being invisible. The next day, when Justin goes to his cubby to put away his backpack, he notices a piece of paper with his name on it. Justin, I thought the bulgogi looked good. Brian. Yum. At morning recess, Brian finds a piece of chalk on the ground and starts drawing away. You're Brian, right? Yeah. Thanks for the note. Hey, Justin, Emilio calls out from the tetherball court. You're up next. Sorry, I gotta go, says Justin. By the way, that's a really cool drawing, he adds before taking off. Back in class, Mrs. Carlotti asks the kids to team up in 2s or 3s for a special project. The kids scurry around the room to pair off. Brian heads towards Justin. I'm already with Justin, says Emilio. Find someone else. Brian looks at the floor, wishing he could draw a hole right there to swallow him up. Mrs. Carlotti said we can have up to 3 people in our group. We're only 2. Come on, Emilio, let him work with us. Okay, I guess. Mrs. Carlotti gives the class directions for the project. Your assignment is to work together to write a story about what you see in that photograph. Use your imagination and have fun. Whoa, cool, says Emilio. What kind of people do you think live in houses like that? I don't know, but I bet Brian could draw them to go with our story, says Justin. Brian smiles as he takes out his lucky pen. It's lunchtime again, Brian's least favorite part of the day. After 20 long minutes of kids talking and laughing with everyone else but him. Brian, he hears someone shout. Hey, Brian, over here. Brian turns and sees Justin waving him over. Emilio nods at Brian as he makes room for him at the table. Cookie? Thanks. Maybe, just maybe, Brian's not so invisible after all. The end.
Under my hijab.
Grandma peeks into the oven as a brown loaf of bread starts to rise. Her hijab is carefully folded like the crust of my favorite pies.
When she's at home in her kitchen, Grandma fixes her hair in a bun. We mix up some chocolate cookies and share a sweet treat when they're done.
Mama makes jokes with her patient as she pierces his ears and his throat. Her bright pink hijab looks so cheerful, tucked into her tidy white coat.
At home, Mama lets her long hair down as she rolls up the sleeves on her shirt. We laugh while we plant pretty flowers and make a big mess with the dirt.
Auntie works hard in her studio. She always dressed funky and cool. Her silky hijab towers up high, pinned with a handmade jewel.
I help hang my very own painting on the wall of her colorful home. Auntie's hair is streaked pink and purple, a fine work of art she can comb.
Jenna's our fearless troop leader. She makes us gooeyest s'mores. Her job is topped with her sun hat whenever we hike out the outdoors.
When dark falls, we huddle together and she spooks and shares spooky stories all night. Jenna's hair glows as she whispers. I shiver and hold her arm tight.
My sister, Zaina, in high school, wears something stylish each day. She puts on a fashionable outfit and wraps her hijab in a cute way.
Zaina ties up her hair in the evening when she takes a short break from her book. Then we dig through the clothes in her closet to find her tomorrow's fresh look.
Ayman tries to earn his first black belt. A sporty hijab frames her face. When she cracks into a board into pieces, I'm amazed her hijab stays in place.
At home, we dance to some music. I teach Iman moves that I know. My cousin's curls bounce, jump, and tumble as we put on our own private show.
These wonderful girls and smart women inspire me with all that they do. I can wear my hijab like each of them or try something totally new.
Under my hijab and a headband or a clip with butterfly wings, my hair shines bright like my future. I can't wait to see what it brings. The end.
Okay. Almost time for supper, rushing to the store. Mama buys the groceries, more, Mama, more. Hurry, Mama, hurry. Gotta shop, shop, shop.
Hungry, hungry, hungry for some bim bop. Home and in the kitchen, eggs to stir and fry. Mama, catch the spatula, flip the eggs high. Hurry, mama, hurry, gotta flip, flip, flop. Hungry, hungry, hungry for some bim bop. Rice is on the boil, bubbling in the pot, white and sticky, lickety, steaming good and hot. Hurry, flurry rice, gotta pop, pop, pop. Hungry, hungry, hungry for some bim bop. Mama's knife is shiny, slicing fast and neat. Garlic and green onions, skinny strips of meat. Hurry, mama, hurry, gotta chop, chop, chop. Hungry, very hungry for some bim bop. Spinach, sprouts, and carrots each goes in a pan. Let me pour the water in. Yes, I know I can. Sorry, mama, sorry. Gotta mop, mop, mop. Hungry in a hurry for some bim bop. Bowls go on the table, big one stripped in blue. I help set the glasses out, spoons and chopsticks too. Hurry, family, hurry, gotta hop, hop, hop. Dinner's on the table and it's bim bop. Quiet for a moment, Papa says the grace. Everybody says amen, a smile on every face. Rice goes in the middle, eggs go right on top. Mix like crazy. Time for bim bop.
I Wonder. Words by K.A. Holt. Pictures by Keenard Pack. What if the sun is really a kite? Is cereal afraid of the spoon? I wonder if sandwiches get mad when you bite them. What if the ocean is one big water bottle? Do tires get tired? I wonder if dragonflies dog paddle. Do bubbles tickle everything they touch? Is a fly a baby in the morning and an old man by night? Does a grasshopper take hopping lessons? I wonder if cars and trucks speak the same language. Do windmills ever get tired? What do you guys wonder?
Maggie and Millie and Molly and May by E. Cummings. Maggie and Millie and Molly and May went down to the beach to play one day, and Maggie discovered a shell that sang so sweetly she couldn't remember her troubles, and Millie befriended a stranded star whose rays 5 languid fingers were, and Molly was chased by a horrible thing which raced sideways while blowing bubbles, and May came home with a smooth rounded stone, and as small as a world, as large as alone. For whatever we lose, like a you or a me, it's always ourselves we find in the sea. By E. Cummings.
Where I'm From by Emil Said Mendez and illustrated by Jamie Kim. Where are you from? They ask. Is your mom from here? Is your dad from there? They ask. I'm from here, from today. Same as everyone else, I say. Now, where are you really from? They insist. I ask Abuelo because he knows everything. And like me, he looks like he doesn't belong. Where am I from? Abuelo thinks. His eyes squint like he's looking inside his heart for an answer. You are from the Pampas, the open, free land, he says. You're from the Guacho, brave and strong. From the brown river that cleanses and feeds the land, that gives us the grain for our bread and the milk for our cows. You're from mountains so high they tickle Señor Cielo's belly, where the condor roosts his family and jaguar prowls at the night. But you're also from the warm blue oceans the copper warriors tried to tame, and the elegant palm trees stretch their fingers to the caress. But Abuelo, I ask, where am I really from? Abuelo laughs. You want a place? He points to his heart. You're from here, from my love and the love from all of those before us. From those who dreamed of you because of a song sung under the Southern Cross, of the words in a book written under the light of the North Star. You are from all of us. I am.
Okay, so this is Life Doesn't Frighten Me, poem by Maya Angelou. Paintings by Jean Michael Basquiat. Shadows on the wall, noises down the hall. Life does not frighten me at all. Bad dogs barking loud. Big ghosts in a cloud. Life doesn't frighten me at all. Meat on mother goose. Lions on the loose. They don't frighten me at all. Dragons breathing flame on my counterpane. That doesn't frighten me at all. I go boo. I make them shoo. I make fun. Way they run. I won't cry, so they fly. I just smile. They go wild. Life doesn't frighten me at all. Tough guys fight, all alone at the night. Life doesn't frighten me at all. Panthers in the park. Strangers in the dark. No, they don't frighten me at all. That new classroom where boys pull my hair. Kissy little girls with their hair in curls. They don't frighten me at all. Don't show me frogs and snakes and listen for my scream. If I'm afraid at all, it's only in my dreams. I've got a magic charm that I keep in my sleep. I can walk on the ocean floor. I never have to breathe. Life doesn't frighten me at all. Not at all. Not at all. Life doesn't frighten me at all. That's the end.
All the Ways to Be Smart by Diana Bell and Allison Copland. I can't wait to share with you how smart you all are through the day through. Smart at drawing witches' hats, smart at gluing wings on bats, smart at rhyming and telling time, smart climbing trees and making slime. Smart at sharing, caring, scaring. Smart at picking what you're wearing. Smart at saying hi and bye to people when they all feel shy. Crazy dances, horsey prances, feeling scared but taking chances, jumping off so you can fly. Smart at asking how, what, and why. Smart at building ships to Mars, drawing very pointy stars, knowing all the planets' names, making spaceships that shoot flames. Smart at matching shapes and pairs like hexagon and big blue squares, counting all the ways past 40, being sorry when you're naughty. Smart at bugs and squeezy hugs, mixing potions up in mugs. Making up new games with teams. And floating off on daytime dreams. Smart is reading, writing, spelling, but it's also storytelling. Finding things on the pages. Sitting still and quiet for ages. Smart is not just being the best at spelling bees and tricky test or knowing all the answers ever. Other things are just as clever. Every hour of every day, we're smart in our own special way. And nobody will ever do the same smart thing just as you.
And Tango Makes Three by Justin Richardson and Peter Parnell, illustrated by Henry Cole. At the zoo, there were penguins. Two penguins in the penguin house. They were a bit different. One was named Roy, and the other one was named Silo. Roy and Silo were both boys, and they did everything together.
They bowed to each other and walked together.
They sang to each other and swam together.
They didn't spend much time with the girl penguins, and the girl penguins didn't spend much time with them. Instead, Roy and Silo wound their necks around each other. The keeper, Mr. Gramsci, noticed that the two penguins and thought to himself, they must be in love.
Roy and Silo watched how the other penguins made a home, so they built a nest of stones for themselves. Every night, Roy and Silo slept together, just like the other penguin couples.
Then Mr. Gramsci got an idea.
He found an egg that needed to be cared for, and he brought it to Roy and Silo's nest.
Until one day, they heard the sound from coming inside their egg. Peep, beep, 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 it said. Roy and Silo called back. Squawk, squawk, peep, beep. They answered the egg.
Suddenly, a tiny hole appeared in the eggshell, and then
crack! Out came their very own baby. She had fuzzy white feathers and a funny black beak. Now Roy and Silo were fathers. We'll call her Tango, Mr. Gramsci decided, because it takes two to make a tango.
Roy and Silo taught Tango how to sing for them when she was hungry. They fed her food from their beaks. They snuggled in their nest at night. Tango was the very first penguin in the zoo to have two daddies. Soon, Tango grew strong enough to leave the nest. Roy and Silo took her for a swim, just like all the other penguin families. And all the children who came to the zoo could see Tango and her two fathers playing in the penguin house with the other penguins. Hooray, Roy! Hooray, Silo! Welcome, Tango, they cheered.
At night, the three penguins returned to their nest. They snuggled together, and like all the other penguins in the penguin house, all the other animals in the zoo, and all the other families in the big city around them, they went to sleep.
I'm going to read two things, Dreams and the Dreamkeeper. And both of these are made by Langston Hughes. Hold fast to dreams, for if dreams die, life is a broken winged bird that cannot fly. Hold fast to dreams, for when dreams go, life is a barren field frozen with snow. Now I'm going to read the other one. Bring me all your dreams, you dreamer. Bring me all your heart melodies, that I may wrap them in a blue cloud cloth, away from the two rough fingers of the world. Partly by Langston Hughes. Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun, or fester like a sore and then run? Does it stink like rotten meat, or crust in sugar over like a syrupy sweet? Maybe it's just sags like a heavy load, or does it explode? Becoming Muhammad Ali by James Patterson and Kwame Alexander. No. This is the poem of Where I'm From. I am from black Cadillacs, from plastic covered sofas,
in tiny pink houses. I'm from the one bathroom we all shared and the living room you stayed out of. I'm from Friday fried fish and chocolate birthday cakes, from Levy Brothers slacks and shiny white shoes. I'm from Cash and Bird, from storytellers and good looks, from Don't You Say You Can't Till You Try. I'm from the Kentucky Derby, the land of baseball bats, from the two Cassius Clays before me, one black and one white. I'm from slavery, from freedom, from the West End to the smoke town, from the unfilled dreams of my father to the hallelujah hopes of my mama.
Maybe Something Beautiful, How Art Transformed a Neighborhood. Illustrated by Rafael Lopez. In the heart of a gray city, there lived a girl who loved to doodle, draw, color, and paint. Every time she saw a blank piece of paper, Mira thought to herself, maybe. And because of this, her room was filled with color and her heart was filled with joy. On our way to school one day, Mira gave a round apple to Mr. Henry, the owner of the shop down the street. She gave a flower to Miss Lopez, the lady with sparkling eyes. She gave a songbird to Mr. Sachs and a red heart to the policeman who walked up and down the street. On her way home, Mira tapped a glowing sun onto the wall, hiding the shadows. Her city was less gray, but not by much. The next day, Mira saw a man with a pocket full of paintbrushes. He gazed at the wall. He looked at her son. He held his fingers up in a square and peered through them. He said thoughtfully. What do you see? Mira asked. Maybe something beautiful, the man replied. Just like that, he dipped his brush in the paint. Bam! Pow! The shadow scurried away. Sky blue cut through the gloom. The man's laughter was like a rainbow spreading across the sky. Who are you? Mira asked. I'm an artist, he said. A muralist. I paint on walls. I'm an artist too, she told him. He handed Mira a brush. Then come on. Mira dipped it in the loudest color she saw. Yowee! The wall lit up like sunshine.
The World Belonged to Us by Jacqueline Woodson and illustrated by Leo Espinosa. In Brooklyn, in the summer, not so long ago, my mom would straighten my hair for school with a hot comb, then twist it into spiraling curls that she said should last a while. But they only lasted until I ran headfirst into the hydrant, and quick as that, my hair spun back from straightened curls to natural coils, because it was finally summer and hair too had a right to be free. From the end of breakfast till the beginning of dinner, every single day, all summer long, we played in the street, shooting bottle caps we filled with tar across chalk-drawn scully boards. We spun tops and learned to take turns and flicked our double Dutch ropes into blurs, singing Not Last Night, but the Night Before, a nickel and a pickle came knocking at my door. And we jumped and we ran and we played, and the whole wide world felt like it belonged to us.
Wonderful audience members. Thanks for all the work.
E.Y. Cummins.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Madame Hoban. I'm going to be reading you a very short cartoon today. It's called Avni. And you may not speak French, or this may be a little bit above where you are, but I hope you enjoy it, and I'll try to help you understand a little bit as we go. It's called, the cartoons are called Avni, and this one is called Grand-Mamie. Grand-Mamie is basically great grandma. J'aime passer du temps avec mon arrière-grand-mère. Il adore son arrière-grand-mère. Okay? Elle sait faire plein de choses incroyables. Sa grand-mère est fantastique. Elle est incroyable. On dirait qu'elle arrive à contrôler les gens sans même leur parler. Seems that grandma has special powers. I'm going to learn about these special powers. Je vous en prie, madame, prenez ma place. Oh, merci. Trop forte. Strangers come up to her in the bus and offer her their seat, and grandma is so happy. And Avni is just like, how does she make them do that? C'est dingue, ça marche à tout coup. Attends, mamie, laisse-moi découper ton repas. La chance! At dinner time, the mom offers to cut up her food for her. And Avni is just like, what about me? Why does anyone cut up my food? Elle peut aussi dormir tout en restant debout. Elle est en train de dormir. Mais comment elle fait ça? She's able to fall asleep standing. What a miracle. Autre phénomène intéressant. Bah, je déteste ce bruit. Ça me casse les oreilles. Mais elle ne craint aucun son, même les plus bruyants. C'est bien calme aujourd'hui. Grandma is not bothered by really loud noises. It's like she can't even hear them. She just blocks them out. And here she says, c'est très bien calme aujourd'hui. It's so calm today. Sabrige, où sont passées mes lunettes? That's weird. Elle sait faire disparaître les objets. She can even make stuff disappear. Elle peut même retirer ses dents. Oh! Elle sort les dents. Grand-mamie est pleine de mystères, mais au moins, une chose est sûre. Je comprends mieux d'où viennent mes pouvoirs. So grandma is full of mysteries, but it helps him understand that where he gets his own powers from. And at the bottom he says, Je te dois tout, grand-mère. I owe you everything. Avni is lots of short, little funky stories like this one. I hope you enjoyed it. Au revoir.
Hola a todos. Mi nombre es el señor Ojeda. Soy profesor de español en el Upper School. voy a leer unos poemas de mi libro Corazón sin borrador. Corazón sin borrador es un libro de poemas en español. La primera poesía se llama Mis clases y tú. En clase de matemáticas eres un número infinito. En clase de ciencias eres una teoría que explica mi vida. En clase de música eres armonía de mi día. En clase de arte eres el color que alegra mi tristeza. En clase de geografía eres mapa sin fronteras. Y en mi clase de español eres mi nuevo mundo. Otro poema se llama Me duele. Me duele la cabeza de tanto estudiar. Me duele el estómago por tanto comer. Me duelen los brazos de tanto escribir. Me duelen las piernas de tanto correr. Me duelen los pies de tanto caminar. Me duelen las manos por tantos videojuegos jugar. Me duelen los ojos de tanto instagramear. Me duele la espalda por tantos libros cargar. Pero cuando te veo, quiero estudiar más. Se me pasa el hambre. Escribo poemas. Soy el más rápido en el equipo de fútbol. Eres la fuerza oculta que me da energía al despertar. Y el último se llama La importancia de las matemáticas. Todos los maestros me dicen que las matemáticas son importantes en la vida. Mientras hago mi tarea de ecuaciones, me pregunto si la suma me ayudará a tener más amigos, si la resta me ayudará a olvidar las penas y si la multiplicación permitirá ayudar a los necesitados y si la división traerá equidad y paz. Todos los maestros insisten en que aprenda matemáticas. Mientras tanto me pregunto si el álgebra me ayudará a balancear las malas cuentas del corazón, si el cálculo me ayudará a saber qué tanto caminar y si con la geometría podré con exactitud definir el área en que debo concentrarme para encontrar la otra mitad de mi corazón. Muchas gracias. Entonces son poemas de mi libro Corazón sin borrador. Adiós. Gracias.
Bonjour. My name's Madame Hoban, and I am a French teacher, and I'm going to share with you a book about France. Our book is called A Poodle in Paris. A Poodle in Paris. Picture a poodle in Paris. That's the place for a poodle to be. And the most perfect poodle in Paris is known as La Grande Fifi. If you were to see her, you'd surely shout, "The most wonderful poodle alive!" If you were to ask her, "Where is your home?" she'd stop and say, "Oh, I have 5. 5 homes, you say? How can that be? 1 home's enough for the most doggies like me. 5 homes is perfect," she'll say with a sigh. "Come with me through Paris, and then you'll know why." Her first home is a bistro with Madame and Pierre. She has croissant and chocolat for breakfast down there. "Oh la la," says Madame as she cuddles Fifi, while Pierre sings her songs and calls her ma chérie. Number 2 is a shop on the Champs-Élysées, where the finest of dresses are out on display. Lulu is famous for fashion and style, and for Fifi, who sits in her window a while, Lulu shares her coffee in a tiny white cup. They've done since Fifi was just a small pup. Home threes with the pigeons and Madame Baguette. By the grand Eiffel Tower is where they all met. We love you, Fifi, she coos every day, for you never bark meanly or chase us away. Then there's Rex, and there's Charlie, and Collie's one more, 3 friends on a boat that is home number 4. When the bateau mouche sails, they bark at the shore. Fifi's happy with friends on the river once more. Number 5 is the bow wow. That's easy to see. There's a sign that says, of the Grande Fifi. The bow wow is a club with a Bichon Frise band that plays wildly so Fifi can dance the can-can. For if you're a dog, there's no greater delight than to watch Fifi dance every Saturday night. So if you're ever in Paris and you have the chance to go out with your dog and watch Miss Fifi dance, don't ask about home, for you must understand she has one for each finger you have on your hand. For whether you've got 1 home or 5, 4 or 2, with sisters or brothers or maybe just you, fancy or plain, bistros or boats, in the city or out where you find cows and goats. Each home is special, says La Grande Fifi. I won't part with any place where they love me. For some dogs stay put, and some dogs will roam, but where you is happy, where your heart is happy, is where you call home. So I hope you enjoyed this little book about Paris. France is one of my homes. I have my mom and my dad that live there, and Paris is one of my favorite cities in the world. And as you read through this story, maybe you got a little few different pictures of different parts of Paris. Like here, you might see the famous Notre Dame Cathedral. And here in front of it, you can see some work by different artists. And then over here, do you see these stairs that go down? This is down to the Metro, the underground railroad that goes through Paris. Maybe you also heard about the food in the cafe. They're drinking chocolat and eating a croissant. And then next it talked about the Champs-Élysées that's full of famous stores where you're going to find all kinds of clothes and dresses and all amazing things. And then next, you may have seen in the background, the Eiffel Tower. And here's Madame with her baguette, her French bread. And then another place they talked about here was the bateau mouche, these little boats that sail up and down the river. If you ever go to Paris, you should definitely go for a ride on the bateau mouche. You can see so much of Paris from sitting on the boat. And then you saw the dancing that takes place in Paris. So lots of different places. I hope you enjoyed my book, and I hope you enjoyed learning a little bit about Paris and La Grande Fifi.
Hey, I'm excited to read from a poet, Issa Shivji, a famous Tanzanian poet, and here is his poem called Sing For Me. Sing for me. No songs, no poems, no odes. Sing for me. Feelings, yours and mine. Feelings of Adam's children. Feelings of those seeping sweat and blood. Sing for me of the perfect life, welfare, dignity, of light without feeding the meter. When the sun is at its height, or the moon is full, darkness will retreat, cockroaches scatter.
We Are Water Protectors, written by Carol Lindstrom and illustrated by Michaela Goad. We Are Water Protectors tells about the Standing Rock Sioux demonstrations against the Keystone Pipeline that was being built in North Dakota on tribal lands. These protests were a direct legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s work of nonviolent protest. Water is the first medicine, Nokomis told me. We come from water. It nourishes us inside our mother's body. as it nourishes us here on Mother Earth. Water is sacred, she said. We stand with our songs and our drums. We are still here. The river's rhythm runs through my veins, runs through my people's veins. My people talk of a black snake that will destroy the land, spoil the water, poison plants and animals, wreck everything in its path. When my people first spoke of the black snake, they foretold that it wouldn't come for many, many years. Now the black snake is here. Its venom burns the land, courses through the water, making it unfit to drink. Take courage. I must keep the black snake away from my village's water. I must rally my people together. To stand for the water, to stand for the land, to stand as one against the black snake. We stand with our songs and our dreams. We are still here. It will not be easy. We fight for those who cannot fight for themselves, the winged ones, the crawling ones, the four-legged, the two-legged, the plants, trees, rivers, lakes, the earth. We are all related. Tears like waterfalls stream down, tracks down my face, tracks down my people's faces. Water has its own spirit, Nokomis told me. Water is alive. Water remembers our ancestors who came before us, she said. We stand with our songs and our drums. We are still here. We are stewards of the earth. Our spirits have not been broken. We are water protectors. We stand. The black snake is in for the fight of its life.
Hi, Collegiate. This book is called Our Children Can Soar, a celebration of Rosa, Barack, and the Pioneers of Change by Michelle Cook. Our ancestors fought so George could invent. George invented so Jessie could sprint. Jessie sprinted so Hattie could star. Hattie starred so Ella could sing. Ella sang so Jackie could score. Jackie scored so Rosa could sit. Rosa sat so Ruby could learn. Ruby learned so Martin could march. Martin marched so Thurgood could rule. Thurgood ruled so Barack could run. Barack ran so our children can soar, and higher and faster and stronger they go.
Good morning. I am going to be reading The Undefeated by Kwame Alexander and illustrations by Kadir Nelson. This is for the unforgettable, the swift and sweet ones who hurdled history and opened a world of possible. The ones who survived America by any means necessary, and the ones who didn't. This is for the undeniable, the ones who scored with chains on one hand and faith in the other. This is for the unflappable, the sophisticated ones who boxed adversity and tackled vision, who shine their light for the world to see and don't stop till the break of dawn. This is for the unafraid, the audacious ones who carried the red, white, and weary blues on the battlefield to save an imperfect union. the righteous marching ones who sang, "We shall not be moved because Black Lives Matter." This is for the unspeakable. This is for the unspeakable. This is for the unspeakable. This is for the unlimited, unstoppable ones, the dreamers and doers who swim across the big sea of our imagination and show us the majestic shores of the promised land. The Wilma Rudolphs, the Muhammad Alis, the Athena Gibsons, the Jesse Owens, the Jordans and the LeBrons, the Serenas and the Cheryls, the Reese Whitleys, and the undiscovered. This is for the unbelievable, the we real cool ones. This is for the unbending, the Black as the night is beautiful ones. This is for the underdogs and the uncertain, the unspoken, but no longer untitled. This is for the undefeated. This is for you and for you and you. This is for us.
Hi, everybody. My name is Madam Hoban, and I am a French teacher in the middle school and upper school, and I am going to be reading you a book today. My book is called E is for Eiffel Tower, and it is a alphabet book in which you're going to learn a whole bunch about my favorite country in the world, France. I grew up in France, and my mom and dad still live there, and my brother too. So I'm going to show you a little bit of my favorite country today, and we're going to learn all about it. So before we start, here's a map of France, and you can see France is in Europe. And if you look out here on the top right, you can see the United States is on this side of the world. You have to go across the Atlantic to France. And France is a pretty little country compared to the United States of America, but it has a lot of cool places to see and lots of really interesting history. A is for amphitheaters, aqueducts, and Arles. Long after Caesar conquered Gaul and Franks and Huns caused Rome to fall, the monuments all testify that art and culture never dies. This is the Pont du Gard. It's an aqueduct in the south of France. Aqueducts were used to get water from one place to another. B. B is for Brittany and Burgundy. Sea fishing boats in Brittany travel to Mont Blanc to ski, go back in time to Chenonceau, La Belle France, the place to go. So for a small country, France has many different things to see. C is for Chartres Cathedral. Spires and windows soaring high, gargoyles grinning from the sky, built from hand-hewn glass and stone by master builders, all unknown. D is for de Gaulle. He would not yield to tyranny. He led France free to victory. Soldier, statesman, proud and tall, Le Général, Charles de Gaulle. E is for Eiffel Tower. Artists and critics tried to stifle the darling design of Gustave Eiffel, yet 100 years later it still stands, a symbol of France to other lands. F is for Le Français. From Monaco to Montreal, Madagascar, Senegal, Louisiana, Martinique, Le Français is what people speak. G is for Giverny. Water lilies, white and blue, tranquil water changing hue, sunlight shifting endlessly. I love my garden at Giverny. H is for Victor Hugo. Les Miserables tells the tale of Jean Valjean released from jail and how through love and pain he could turn from evil and do good. What's coming next? I is for inventors. One bright September afternoon, two brothers launched a big balloon. A rooster, duck, and sheep were there. The first explorers in the air. That's a true story. J. J is for Thomas Jefferson. Bound by their love of liberty, defenders of democracy, 3 men the world would not forget: Jefferson, Franklin, and Lafayette. K. K is for keyboard. The lion, tortoise, kangaroo, swan, and elephant, and fossils too. 2 pianists, some fish and all, create a musical carnival. L. L is for lavender. The Provence summer, hot and dry, brings purple fields under a deep blue sky. After harvest in late fall comes the fierce north wind called Le Mistral. M. M is for the Mona Lisa. Every tourist in the Louvre who sees her is beguiled by the smile of the Mona Lisa and wonders how, with all her charms, the Venus de Milo lost her arms. N. N is for Napoleon, General Bonaparte. He's the one they call the Great Napoleon. His armies triumphed, his empire grew, until he went to Waterloo. O. O is for omelette. Beat fresh eggs smooth and light, pour in the pan and stir just right. Add cheese and chives and roll then set. Then you've got a perfect omelette. P. P is for Paris. We stroll the boulevards and then we'll see the Louvre and cruise the Seine. We'll stop for lunch in a small cafe. A day in Paris is like no other day. Q is for Queen, Austrian princess, bride of a king. Her passion for pleasure surpassed everything. Her ending was tragic. She captures us yet, the haunting and naughty Marie Antoinette. R. R is for Robespierre and a revolution. Robespierre sent king and queen to die upon the guillotine, then turned on by the mob he led, went too far, and lost his head. S is for Le Sport. Each day a test of strength and speed, the yellow jersey takes the lead. Cycling through France day by day to ride in triumph down the Champs-Élysées. Maybe you've heard of the famous cycling race called the Tour de France. T. T is for tricolore. Above our heads the colors soar, blue, white, red, le tricolore. The surging crowd around us chants, Allons enfants, vive la France. U. U is for Utah Beach. They jump into the night dark land. They guide their craft towards the cold, hard sand. They wade ashore in the churning sea. The troops have landed. France is free. V. V is for Versailles. The fountains, the gardens, the palace so vast, the long mirrored halls filled with ghosts from the past. We hear the soft laughter, the step on the stair, the rustle of silk, but no one is there. W is for wheat and winemaking. Good rain, good soil, and warm sunshine, ripen grapes upon the vine, and fill the fields with golden wheat, producing such good things to eat. X. X is for Louis XIV. A fine white horse, a crown, a throne, a kingdom you can call your own, a marble place, a golden ring. Oh, for a day to be the king. Y. Y is for Eve Saint Laurent. Your dress, your purse, your belt, please tell. Is it Saint Laurent, Dior, Chanel? It's simple, stylish, smart, and sleek. If it's French, then it's très chic. Z. Z is for zest. With friends and food and family blessed, savor every day with zest. Live and love as you believe. That's what the French call joie de vivre. And that's the end of my book today. I hope you enjoyed it. I love this book. And there's a lot more you can see that you can learn about the different places, and you can learn some French. This book is for free if you want to read it on getepic.com. I love it. I hope you enjoyed it too. Au revoir.
Oiseau. Répétez, oiseau.
Oiseau.
Oiseau. Oiseau. Répétez, oiseau. 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 Oui, excellente. Répétez, oiseau.
Oiseau.
Nice. Répétez, oiseau.
Oiseau.
L'oiseau vole. Oui? Ah, très bien. L'oiseau vole. Oui. Ah, très bien. Vole. Petit oiseau. Vole. Vole. Vol, 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 vol. Répétez classe, vol. Oui, très bien. Répétez classe, vol, vol, petit oiseau. Répétez, vol, petit oiseau. Oui, excellente, excellente. Regardez, regardez, regardez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 oiseaux. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oiseaux. Vol. Oui, oui. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oiseaux. Vol. Oui. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ils volent. Oui. Excellente. Un petit oiseau a le vertige. Les autres oiseaux se moquent de lui et disent: les oiseaux adorent voler. Oui. Les oiseaux adorent voler. Oui. Excellente, excellente. Mais le petit oiseau, il pleure pas. Il ne vole pas. Le petit oiseau ne vole pas. Non, non, il ne peut pas. Les 4, ils volent bien, oui. Mais le petit ne vole pas. Il ne vole pas. Non, très bien, voilà. Ah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 oiseaux volent. Ils volent. Oui, oui, ils volent. Les 5, regardez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ils volent. Oui, ils volent. N'est-ce pas? Ils volent. Oui. Oui. Oh, oh, oh. Le petit oiseau, il est seul. Il est seul. Donc, il décide de voler avec les 1, 2, 3, 4 autres oiseaux. N'est-ce pas? C'est une petite décision. Très bien. Il a décidé de voler avec les autres 4 oiseaux. Oui. Et c'est intéressant parce qu'il ne veut pas être seul. D'accord? Oh! Il y a un lion. Il y a un lion. Oh! Il y a un lion. Oh! Le lion. Il y a un lion. Le lion, il s'appelle Bob. Bob. Il s'appelle Bob. Oui? Oui. Je m'appelle Tracy. Et toi? Qu'est-ce que tu t'appelles? Tu t'appelles Bob? Tu es Bob? Non?
What's your name?
Non? Comment tu t'appelles?
What's your name?
Tu t'appelles Jack? Une visiteuse! C'est une visiteuse! Il y a une visiteuse! Ah bon, ça c'est une visiteuse, oui? Alors, Il s'appelle Bob. Et Bob est un lion. Il est un lion. Ah. Et ça, c'est un oiseau. Oui, un oiseau. Un oiseau et un lion. Et Bob, regarde. Bob regarde. Bob regarde. Il regarde. Il regarde. Bob regarde. Oui. Bob regarde. L'oiseau. Il regarde. Il regarde. Il regarde. Et c'est intéressant. Mais c'est pas un problème parce que l'oiseau regarde un... Qu'est-ce que c'est en fait? Ah oui, ça c'est un... Qu'est-ce que c'est? Ah oui, ça c'est un... On va appeler ça un chien, d'accord? Bon, je ne sais pas le mot en français. Ah, l'oiseau regarde... Il regarde l'autre animal. Et puis, voilà. Il y a un autre animal. Il y a un autre animal. Oui. Il y a un autre animal. Il y a un autre. Et regardez, il y a l'oiseau qui regarde l'autre animal. Il y a un oiseau qui regarde un autre animal. No? Okay.
Next to anybody.
Okay. Un éléphant. Oh, tu aimes, non? Les petits éléphants. Un éléphant. Regardez, il y a un éléphant. Regardez. Il y a un éléphant. Un éléphant. Oui. Et l'éléphant aime l'oiseau. L'éléphant aime l'oiseau. Et maintenant, il y a un poisson. Oui, il y a un poisson. Oui, il y a un poisson. Ok. Ah. Et puis, le petit oiseau continue. Le petit oiseau.
You don't know what to do.
Oui, il continue, n'est-ce pas? Il continue. Ça, c'est le petit oiseau. OK? Ça, c'est le petit oiseau. Je suis un kiwi, crie l'oiseau gris, parce que je ne peux pas voler. Je suis coincé dans ce trou. S'il te plaît, sors de là. Je suis trop petit, je suis trop faible, le petit oiseau. Regardez, il y a un autre animal. Oui, il y a un autre... Attends, sois cher. Il y a un autre animal. Oui. Et voilà l'oiseau. Ça, c'est un oiseau. L'oiseau regarde. Il regarde l'autre animal. Oui. OK. Alors... Le petit oiseau part rapidement et soudain, il commence à sauter. Il passe devant le poisson. Oui, il vole. Oui, l'oiseau vole. Et le petit oiseau, le lion, le rat et l'éléphant. L'éléphant vole, oui ou non? Non. L'éléphant. L'éléphant ne vole pas.
They don't fly.
Boy, these guys are awesome.
Wow.
It's amazing how quickly they learn. Wow. Le lion vole, oui ou non?
No.
Non. Le rat, il vole?
No.
Non. L'oiseau, il vole?
No.
L'oiseau?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oui. L'oiseau vole. Oui. Je vole, oui ou non?
No.
Non. Tu voles? Oui ou non? Non. Tu ne voles. Toi, tu voles? Oui ou non? Tu es magique! Tu es magique! Excellente! Et toi, tu voles? Oui ou non? Tu voles? Toi?
No.
Non. Madame Dahl vole? Oui ou non?
No.
Non. Et comment? Et ton petit poupée, la poupée vole? Oui? Est-ce que sa poupée vole? Oui? Sa poupée? Non, sa poupée ne vole pas. Sa poupée ne vole pas. Excellente.
We didn't everybody.
Ah, toi, tu voles? Tu voles? Oui ou non?
Yes.
Ah, tu es magique. Et toi, tu voles? Oui ou non? Non? Et toi, tu voles? Oui ou non? Non. Now I've forgotten who I did not ask. Toi, tu voles? Non. Tu voles? Non. Tu voles? Non ou oui? Oui ou non? Tu voles? Tu voles! Intéressante! Et toi, tu voles? Est-ce qu'elle vole? Elle vole? Oui ou non? Non, elle ne vole pas. Elle ne vole pas. Mais l'oiseau vole. L'oiseau vole. Excellent. Okay, almost done. Regardez. L'éléphant, oui, l'éléphant
Don't fly.
ne vole pas. L'éléphant ne vole pas. Ouais. Et éléphant ne vole pas. L'oiseau vole. Oui. L'éléphant, il fait ça. Oui. Ça, c'est l'éléphant. L'éléphant, il fait ça. Oui. Il fait ça. Mais l'oiseau vole. Oui? Ah. Et toi? Tu voles? Ah, tu es magique! Ça, c'est formidable! Voilà. Okay, let's wrap this up. Oh, ce jour-là, le petit oiseau commença à voler sans avoir le vertige. La vue est très splendide. Trop génial! Trop génial! C'était génial! C'était super! Et on va colorier. Voilà. Ouais. Donc peut-être Madame Dahl fait des copies et vous coloriez avec des crayons de couleur, ok? C'est bon? Ouais, c'est bien? Ouais, on va colorier. Ça, c'est un éléphant. Okay? You guys want to pronounce the vocabulary? Let's do it. After me, I want you to say what I say, okay? You ready? Almost ready? Okay. Almost ready? Yeah? Almost ready? Okay. Éléphant. Nice. Éléphant. Nice. Repeat éléphant. Éléphant. Okay. All right. And what was our other animal? Lion. Okay. Lion. Want to say it again?
Lion.
Yeah. Repeat. Lion. Okay. And here's our main person. Repeat. Oiseau. Nice. And we learned today that l'oiseau
Fly.
What's that word? What's that word? What's the word? L'oiseau vole. 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 Oui. L'oiseau vole. Oui. Okay. Oh. Le lion? Le lion vole? Non. Non. L'éléphant vole? Non. L'oiseau vole?
Yeah.
L'oiseau vole, oui, oui. L'oiseau vole. Ah, l'oiseau vole, oui ou non? Oui. Monsieur Rocker vole, oui ou non? Non. Peut-être dans une autre vie, mais come on, come on. Okay.
Your nose is running.
Do you want to say this word with me? You want to say lion? Can you say lion for me? Yes, yes. Do you think le lion vole? Oui ou non? Le lion vole? Oui ou non? Oh, peut-être c'est une possibilité. C'est une possibilité. Okay. Thank you guys so much. This was so fun. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Can you guys say merci,
Merci.
Mr. Rucker?
Merci. 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 Merci.
Vamos a leer el libro de María y su llama. María tiene una llama. Mira la llama de María. Esta es una llama del Perú. Es posible que María viva en el Perú. ¿Dónde queda el Perú? En Sudamérica. ¿Cuál es la capital de Perú? Vamos a leer el libro de María. No sé. I know you know. María tiene una llama. Escrito por Ángela Domínguez. Llama de María. Esta es María. Esta es una llama del Perú. Llama de María. Es posible que María viva en el Perú. María tiene una ¿Dónde queda llamita? El Perú? Una llama pequeña. Oh, mira, está la casa ¿Cuál es la de capital María, de Perú? Las flores y las Vamos a leer llamas el libro de María. No sé. I know you know. María tiene una llama. Escrito por Ángela Domínguez. Llama de María. Esta es María. María tiene una llama. Aquí es posible que María a ella le gusta hacer música. María tiene una ¿Dónde queda el Perú? Esta es la casa de María. Llama pequeña. ¿Dónde vive María? ¿Dónde vive María? La llama de María es blanca y suave como la nieve. Es blanca como la nieve. Mire dónde vive María, con su llamita. Y donde va María, va la llamita. La llamita es para María. Aquí está María. ¿Dónde vive María? Aquí está Andes, in the Andes Mountains. Y cerca de la capital de Perú vive María. La llama sigue a María. Un día, la llamita siguió a María a la escuela. María va a la escuela. Ella lleva la mochila. ¿Qué color la mochila de María? ¿Qué color la gorra de María? María tiene un poncho café porque ¿hace frío o hace calor? ¿A dónde va María? María va a la escuela y la llamita va a la escuela con María. Este es el Little Town, pequeño pueblo donde vive María. Están las casas, hay un mercado, el Little Store, una tienda y la escuela donde va María. Pero en la escuela no puede estar la llamita, porque la escuela es para los niños y las niñas. La llamita va a la escuela de María y los niños están felices porque ellos miran a la llamita. Mire cuántos niños hay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. ¿Cuántos niños están en la clase con María? ¿Quién es? La maestra de María. La maestra dice que la llamita tiene que ir afuera. She needs to go out de la escuela. Pero la llamita mira a María desde la ventana. Y la llamita se queda esperando pacientemente. She was waiting for María. Desde las 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. ¿Cuántas horas esperó la llamita a María? ¿Cuántas horas? How many hours? La llamita esperó a María. Y al fin apareció María. La llamita está feliz y María está feliz porque she is con su amiga llamita. ¿Por qué la llama quiere ver tanto a María? Preguntan los niños. Why la llamita wants to be with María? La maestra dice, porque María quiere mucho a la llama. Because María loves la llama. The end. Fin. So, María está con la llamita. Remember, ¿dónde vive María? Y hay muchas personas que están con unos instrumentos de música. They are celebrating de que María está con la llamita. Vamos a leer el libro Te Quiero. Este es un libro de Scholastics en
We have any basketball? Not today, but we do have poetry day in April. And I think you guys will read then, which will be exciting. You might be able to come here and read then. Oh, I love it. That is a great fall poem too. Has anybody been apple picking? Like actual apple picking? Talk about the lab. And we learned a new one this morning. Turkey. About a turkey. guys remember that one?
We did two. Me teachers, I'm standing in the corner. My teacher.
You don't have a teacher like that.
I'll teach you 2 + 2. I make the rules.
That is a funny.
Do you remember? All that thunder and lightning are so tricky on my way. Real hard tonight to raise my grades right up. No, you won't believe me, but no matter what I do, it's not.
I hope you'll come back for a poetry.
Why don't we just do one a month and we'll do one in the morning?
You guys were buddies last year. Yeah, this is only a third of grade. This is only a third of fifth grade and a third of first grade. So it's not every different classes.
Yeah, we have a couple of lucky ones.
Thanks for coming. Great. Had some great, do you have somebody to start?
I do. I have Arlo. I thought this would be a perfect intro to some good readers. Perfect intro. Real, and I'm not telling you, the only thing I'm gonna say, everyone's gotta do some good job voice. Because I was in a couple other sessions, and as good as the story was, as good as those words were, as good as that poem was, people weren't loud enough. Yeah, yeah. So use your voices. You guys all have loud voices. I have a loud voice.
Yeah, Guthrie has a really loud voice. I am reading Invitation. Does that work? Does that work? I am reading Invitation by Roald Dahl. Shel Silverstein. If you are a dreamer, come in. If you are a dreamer, a wisher, a liar, a hoper, a prayer, a magic bean buyer. If you're a pretender, come sit by my fire. For we have some flax golden tales to spin. Come in, come in. We're going to be reading She Persisted, written by Chelsea Clinton, illustrated by Alexandra Boyger. Sometimes being a girl isn't easy. At some point, someone probably will tell you no. No, will tell you to be quiet, to quit, and may even tell you your dreams are impossible. Don't listen to them. These 13 American women certainly did not take no for an answer. They persisted. Conductor on the Underground Railroad. She lists including her family, friends, and strangers. Every person she led to freedom arrived safely. I should fight for my liberty as long as my strength lasts. After Maria Tallsheaf's family moved to California,
partly to support Maria's dreams of becoming a dancer. She was teased by students in school for her Native American heritage and later was encouraged to change her last name to something that sounded Russian, since many professional dancers are from Russia. She persisted, ignoring all the taunting and poor advice to become the first great American prima ballerina. It never occurred to me to say it hurts to do that.
So if anyone ever tells you no, if anyone ever says your voice isn't important or your dreams are too big, remember these women. They persisted, and so should you.
I'm going to be reading Dreams and the Dream Keeper. Hold fast to dreams. If for dreams die, life is a broken winged bird that cannot fly. Hold fast to dreams, for when dreams go, life is a barren field frozen with snow. The Dream Keeper. Bring me all of your dreams, you dreamer. Bring me all your heart melodies. Then I may wrap them in a blue cloth, away from the too rough fingers of the world.
Today I'm reading The World Belonged to Us. In Brooklyn in summer, not so long ago, my mom would straighten my hair for school with a hot comb, then twist into spiraling curls that she said should last a while. But they only lasted until I ran headfirst into the hydrant, and quick as that, my hair sprung back from straightened curls to natural coils, because it was finally summer and hair too had a right to be free. From the end of breakfast till the beginning of dinner, every single day, all summer long, we played in the street, shooting cat bottle caps we filled with tar across chalk-drawn scully boards. We spun tops and learned to take turns and flicked our double Dutch ropes into blurs, singing not last night, but the night before, a nickel and a pickle came knocking at my door. And we jumped and ran, and we played, and the whole wide world felt like it belonged to us. We are going to be reading Solar by Lupita Nyong'o, illustrated by Vashti Harrison. Solway was born the color of midnight. She did not look nothing. She did not look nothing like her family. Not even a little. Not even at all. Mom was the color of dawn. Baba the color of dusk. Mitch, with her sister, was the color of high noon. Hardly anyone at school looked like Zoe either. People gave her sister Mitch
pet names like Sunshine, Ray, and Beauty. People gave Zoe names like Blackie and Darky and Night. Zoe felt hurt every time, so she hid away while her sister made a lot of friends.
Mom asked, "What is your name?" "Solway," she muttered. "And what does it mean?" "Star," Solway whispered. "Brightness is not in your skin, my love. Brightness is just who you are. As for beauty," Mama said, rubbing Solway's stomach the way she always did to comfort her, "you are beautiful." Solway sighed. "Well, you are beautiful to me, but you can't rely on what you look like to make you feel beautiful, my sweet. Real beauty comes from your mind and your heart. It begins with how you see yourself, not how others see you. Now, up you go and out."
That night, a shooting star appeared at Solway's window. The night sent me, the star said. "Come with me." Solway hopped onto the star and off they went. "Long ago, at the beginning of time," said the star, "there was night and day, and they were sisters."
Solway does go out into the stars, and she talks about and learns about lightness and darkness and how important lightness and darkness is to the world. So please read it if you haven't. All right, let's go to Liam. I will go. Page 3.
So today I'm going to be reading And Tango Makes Three by Justin Richard and Peter Parnell, illustrated by Henry Cole. At the zoo, there were penguins. Two penguins in the penguin house were a little bit different. One was named Roy and the other was named Silo. Rory and Silo were both boys, but they did everything together. They bowed to each other and walked together. They sang songs to each other and swam together. Wherever Rory went, Silo went too. They didn't spend much time with the girl penguins, and the girl penguins didn't spend would wound their necks around each other. Their keeper, Mr. Gramsay, noticed the two penguins and thought to himself, "They must be in love." Roy and Silo watched how the other penguins made a home. So they built a nest out of stones for themselves. Each night, Roy and Silo slept there together, just like the other penguins' couples. Then Mr. Gramsay got an idea. He found an egg that needed to be cared for, and he brought it to Roy's and Silo's nest. Roy and Silo knew what to do. They moved the egg to the center of their nest. Every day they turned it so each side stayed warm. Some days Roy sat while Silo went for food.
Other days, it was Silo's turn to take care of their egg. They sat in the morning and they sat at night. They sat through lunchtime and swim time and supper. They sat at the beginning of the month and they sat at the end of the month. They sat at all days in between. Until one day they heard a sound coming from inside their egg. Peep, 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 it said. Rory and Silo called back, squawk, squawk. Peep, peep, answered the egg. Suddenly, a tiny hole appeared in the egg's shell, and then crack! Out came their very own baby. She had fuzzy white feathers and a funny black beak. Now Rory and Silo were fathers. We'll call her Tango, Mr. Ramsay decided, because it makes two to make a tango. Does this mic even work?
Okay. We will be reading Nobody Likes a Goblin
by Ben Hatchby.
Deep in the dungeon, bats were sleeping soundly, and Goblin woke to a new day. He lit the torches, he fed the rats, he gnawed an old boot for breakfast, and he thought about the day ahead. I think I'll go see Skeleton, said Goblin. Skeleton lived in the treasure room, and he was Goblin's very best friend. They counted bats, they played roll the dice, and Skeleton told Goblin stories from the days when he was a mighty warrior. He even let Goblin jot on his old crown. Look at me, said Goblin. I'm the Goblin King. But then came the sound of boots on stone.
Goblin and Skeleton ran through the haunted swamp until they passed the cave. We'll hide in here, said Goblin. They're looking for us, said Skeleton. They will find us soon. I know, said Goblin. Troll was right. Nobody likes a goblin. Well, I like a goblin, said Skeleton, and the two friends sat together and waited for their doom. But then, excuse me, said a voice from the back of the cave. Goblin turned and saw many eyes staring at him from the darkness. Do you know who else is a goblin? Said the voice. More goblins.
I'm from black Cadillacs and plastic-covered sofas in tiny pink houses. I'm from the one bathroom we all shared and the living room you stay out of. I'm from the Friday fried fish and chocolate birthday cakes, from Levy Brothers slacks and shiny white shoes, from Cash and Bird, from storytellers and good looks you can't say no till you try. I'm from the Kentucky Derby and the land of baseball bats, from the two Cassius clays before me, one white, one black. And from slavery to freedom, from the West End to Smoketown, from the unfulfilled dreams of my father to the hallelujah hopes of my mama. I'm reading The Other Side by Jacqueline Woodson. The Other Side by Jacqueline Woodson. That summer, the fence stretch through our town seemed bigger. We lived in a yellow house on the side of it. White people lived on the other. Mama said, "Don't climb over that fence when you play." She said it wasn't safe. That summer, there was a girl who wore a pink sweater. Each morning, she climbed up on the fence and stared over at our side. Sometimes I stared back. She never sat on that fence with anybody. That girl didn't. Once, when we were jumping rope, she asked if she could play. And my friend Sandra said no without even asking the rest of us. I don't know what I would have said. Maybe yes, maybe no. I got close to the fence and the girl asked my name. Clover, I said. My name's Annie, she said. Annie Paul. I live over yonder, she said. By where you see the laundry. That's my blouse hanging on the line. She smiled and she had a pretty smile. And then I smiled as we stood there looking at each other, smiling. It's nice up on this fence, Annie said. You can see all over it. I ran my hand along the fence. I reached up and touched the top of it. A fence like this was made for sitting on, Annie said. She looked at me sideways. My mama says I shouldn't go on the other side. My mama says the same thing, but she never said nothing about sitting on it. Neither did mine, I said. That summer, me and Annie sat together on the fence. And when Sandra and them looked at me funny, I just made myself believe I didn't care. Some mornings, my mama watched us. I waited for her to tell me to get down from that fence before I break my neck or something, but she never did. I see you made a new friend, she said one morning, and I nodded and Mama smiled. That summer, me and Annie sat on that fence and watched the whole wide world around us. One day, Sandra and them were jumping rope near the fence, and we asked if we could play. I don't care, Sandra said. And when we jumped, Sandra and I were partners, the way we used to be.
Maybe Something Beautiful by F. Isabel Camboy and Teresa Howell, illustrated by Rafael Lopez. In the heart of a gray city, there lived a girl who loved to doodle, draw, color, and paint. Every time she saw a blank piece of paper, Mira thought to herself, maybe. And because of this, her room was filled with color and her heart was filled with joy. On her way to school one day, Mira gave a round apple to Mr. Henry, the owner of the shop down the street. She gave a flower to Miss Lopez, the lady with the sparkling eyes. She gave a songbird to Mr. Sachs and a red heart to the policeman who walked up and down the streets. On her way home, Mira taped a glowing sun onto the wall, hiding in the shadows. Her city was less gray, but not much. The next day, Mira saw a man with a pocket full of paintbrushes. He gazed at the wall. He looked at her son. He held his fingers up in a square and peered through them. He said thoughtfully. What do you see? Mira asked. Maybe something beautiful, the man replied. Then, just like that, he dipped a paintbrush in the paint. Bam! Pow! The shadows scurried away. Sky blue cut through the gloom. The man's laughter was like a rainbow spreading across the sky. Who are you? Mira asked. I'm an artist, he said. A muralist. I paint on walls. I'm an artist too, she told him. He handed Mira a brush. Then come on in. Mira dipped it in the loudest color she saw. Yowee! The wall lit up like sunshine.
A really cool thing about that book is that it goes from a gray first page and it gets more and more colorful as the pages go on. And our show. You guys were such a great audience. My God.
I Wonder. Words by K.A. Holt. Pictures by Kenneth Pack. What if the sun was really a kite? What if cereal was afraid of milk? I wonder if sandwiches get mad when you bite them. What if the ocean was one big water bottle? Do tires get tired? I wonder if dragonflies dog paddle. Do bubbles tickle everything they touch? Is a fly and a baby wait. Is a fly a baby in the morning and an old man at night? Does a grasshopper take hopping lessons? I wonder if cars and trucks speak the same language. Do windmills ever get tired? What do you wonder?
Nice job, John. Great. Fabulous. That was fun.
Dr. Johnson. Dr. Johnson.
Hi.
I have it.
Yay!
If you want it now. Or you want to later? Are you going to read?
I am going to read.
Oh.
You should stay and listen. Are you?
I'll listen.
Okay, yay. Oh, don't wrinkle it though.
Okay. I'll
But
just
just,
put it.
yeah, save
yeah.
it and then you can just put it on my desk.
Okay.
And I'll take care of it and
Okay.
email it to you. Yeah, you're so close to me. I love it. I love it. But stay on the blue. Yes, stay on the blue carpet. The blue magic carpet. Yes. Tell me your name. Author Julia. Julia's the author, you all. Okay. Ready? Everyone say ready.
Ready.
Everyone say ready.
Ready.
Okay, so good to read to you guys and anyone watching online. Hey there, I'm Dr. Johnson and I work on that side. You all have probably seen me before, but I'm so glad to be reading a book to you all. It means a lot to me, and I'll tell you why shortly. But I'm going to be reading Brave Ballerina. Everyone say Brave Ballerina.
Brave ballerina.
Oh, you all sound so great. So this is the story of Janet Collins. This book is written by Michelle Meadows, and it is illustrated by Ebony Glenn. Okay, so let me tell you why this is special. No, I'll save it to the end, okay? But just remind me that I'm supposed to tell you all something important about why this book means so much to me, okay? Will you all remind me so I don't forget to tell you? Okay, so let's get started. Brave Ballerina, the story of Janet Collins. Ready. This is the girl who danced in the breeze to the swoosh, swoosh, swoosh of towering trees. These are the costumes. I think I might have skipped. No, I didn't. Okay. These are the costumes her dear mama made. Costumes for lessons. That's how they paid. Everyone can see her and her mom costumes. These are the point shoes. Shiny and pink, small, quick steps. Plink, plink, plink. Everyone say plink, 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 plink. Oh, good job. This is the audience lined up in rows, cheering her on as she danced on her toes. This is the family that lifted her high, supporting her dreams right up to the sky. Can y'all see? Let me come on this side too. This is the back bend. Can anyone do a back bend? Okay, don't do it now though. Okay. This is the back bend, low to the ground, which she practiced until it was perfectly round. We'll talk about it. This is the trio. 3 shades of brown, daredevil dancers, the talk of the town. This is the time, way back in the day, when dance schools turned Black students away. This is the teacher who stood by her side, knees bending deep and arms open wide. This is the streetcar she rode in the dark to see ballerinas making their mark. This is the dancer who found her way in, but learned she would have to lighten her skin. This is the girl with a broken heart, but she bounced right back and made a new start. This is the dancer who kept going strong, bare feet flying to a Spanish song. This is the music, bum, bum, bum. Everyone say bum, 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 bum. Back and forth to the beat of This is the class, a welcoming place that focuses on talent regardless of race. This is a man who saw her perform and knew she would be able to take the world by storm. This is the dancer, bold like the sun, a prima ballerina in 1951. And that is the end, my friends. Yay! Okay, yes. Thank you. So the reason why this book, and I have to shout out Miss Franks for helping me pick this book out, is because my daughter, and she is a sophomore here at Collegiate, maybe you've seen her before, her name is Kyla, and she is a ballerina, and she actually let me bring her point shoes. So I want to show you guys because she is starting to be on point. And so here are her point shoes. She said I could bring them and show them to you all. So that's why this book means so much to me, because my daughter is a ballerina. And so when I see Janet Collins, I see my daughter, and I'm very proud of her. Thank you for reminding me to share. Okay, one more question. Yes. For listening, give yourselves a hand. Just ask your teacher, okay? Oh, okay, we'll ask your teacher later. Okay, thank you all, thank you.
Okay. All right. Hi guys, I'm Sarah and I'm a sophomore and I'm going to be reading you The Battle of the Wind and the Rain. Okay. One clear day, thunder, lightning, and rain were resting among the fluffy clouds that dotted the sunny sky. Wind played among them, gracefully dancing round and round, shifting the patterns in the sky ever so slightly. I'm bored, Wind announced. Let's make a storm. We just made a huge one the other day, Lightning pointed out, and I'm tired. Oh, you're always tired, said Wind. You're just not as strong as I am. Fine, Lightning said. I'm not. What about you, Thunder? Wind said. Do you want to stir up something exciting? No, Thunder answered. I'd rather wait until Lightning is ready. Wind whirled around them a little faster, causing the clouds to move across the blue sky rather suddenly. Hey, Rain said irritably. Stop that. We're trying to sleep. Wind laughed and blew one big gust at Rain. So make me stop, he said. Oh, please, Rain said. Why can't you ever sit still? Because I'm Wind, he replied, the most powerful of all nature's elements. Go play somewhere else, Rain said, closing her eyes. We already know you're powerful. Wind could tell Rain was so close to losing her patience. This made him want to irritate her more. So he sucked in his breath and let out a blast of the coldest air he could muster. Rain shivered. I said, leave me alone. Come on, Wind said. Let's play a game to see who's more powerful, you or me. Rain didn't answer, so Wind blew more cold air on her. All right, Rain said, no longer sleepy. But if I beat you, then you have to promise to flee whenever you see me. Wind laughed gleefully. Okay, and if I beat you, you have to promise that you'll never shed your tears on earth again. Rain knew that that would be a terrible promise to make. If she lost, then all the animals, plants, and people on earth would die. They needed her tears in order to stay alive. Rain hesitated. Well, said Wind, are you afraid to lose? No, Rain said, pushing aside her doubts. I will beat you. Eee! Wind said in excitement. Let's go down to earth now. Rain followed Wind down to earth, leaving Lightning and Thunder to rest. Soon they spotted a monkey atop a bamboo tree. You see that monkey? Rain said, still annoyed at Wind. If you can drop that monkey from the tree, you win. No problem, said Wind confidently. I can make hurricanes and tornadoes and typhoons. Of course I can knock that monkey down. Then he sucked in his breath and let out a mighty whoosh. Rain sat back. more relaxed now. She knew very well that bamboo could easily bend in the wind so that it would never break. She only hoped the monkey could keep hanging on. Whir, whir, whoosh. Wind went on. Whir, whir, whoosh. But his blows did nothing more than sway the monkey back and forth, just like a hammock might. After an hour of blowing as hard as he could, Wind finally gave up. Okay, he said, exhausted. I can't do it, but I'm sure you can't either. We'll see about that, Rain said. Then the clouds turned gray and the sky darkened, and it began to drizzle. After that, Rain called in the western rains, and it started to rain more heavily, a warm and steady shower. A little while later, Wind said, Ha, you can't do it either. I guess nobody wins this contest. No, wait, Rain said, I haven't tried the eastern rains. The stronger eastern rains then began to strike down on the poor monkey, who was already very wet. Big fat drops were hitting him on the head, and he had to shut his eyes to keep the water out. Finally, the monkey climbed down to the ground and scampered off to look for cover. I won, Rain said triumphantly. I beat you. Wind, who looked almost as upset as the monkey, turned his back on Rain and flew off without saying another word. He, the most powerful of all the elements, had actually lost to Rain, and now, just as he had promised, he would have to flee whenever he saw her. That's why, when the winds are very strong, people always pray for rain. Once the rain comes, the wind will always die down and everything becomes more peaceful. That's the end.
Thank you all for coming. And Collegiate is a really special school because all of these kids, Emmy, James, Whitney, and Gilly, everyone here, even all the teachers, all the sophomores, thank you for coming. And you're really special for the school. Thank you. I think that's too easy. I got
And everybody's on your bottoms. Crisscross applesauce on your bottoms. Whitney on your bottom. You want to be able to see as well as hear.
Hi, everyone. I'm also reading from Filipino Children's Stories. I actually brought this book in, so I'm really excited to read this to you. The Prince's Bride. I'm actually on the other side. I want to see all of you married before I die, the old king said to his 3 sons who were gathered by his bedside. The king's forehead was slick with perspiration, and his voice was barely above a whisper. He had been sick for many months, and every day he grew weaker. Now go, he said hoarsely. Go search for your wives. Early the next morning, the 3 young princes set out. Traveling with them were servants who carried rice, water, fish, and presents for the future brides. Full of energy and excitement, the princes each took a different route across the hillside surrounding the kingdom. Days later, Manuel, the oldest son, returned with an elegant woman whose silken hair reached down to her knees. Soon after, Paulo, the second-born son, arrived with another woman equally beautiful and kind. Her radiant smile lit up the king's room, and her skin was exceptionally smooth and luminous. The old king brightened when his sons introduced their brides. I will die happy, knowing you 2 will care for my sons, he told them. Yes, you are both very suitable for my boys. Then the door opened, and a servant stepped into the king's chamber. Your Highness, he said, smiling and turning red as if he were trying not to laugh. Marco has arrived. Send him in then, the king said. Yes, Your Highness, the servant said. Carefully, he closed the door behind him, and as soon as he did, he burst into laughter. Manuel, Paulo, and their 2 brides looked at one another with puzzled expressions. Why is he laughing? Manuel whispered to his brother. Marco, The youngest son entered the room. Cradled in his arms was a big, ugly caterpillar, as long as his forearm. "Meet Berta," he said, stroking the giant worm. "She has agreed to be my wife." For an instant, the king said nothing. He just looked at the youngest prince and scratched his white beard. Then his face broke into a wide grin. "Ha! Very funny," he said. "No, father," Marco said good-naturedly. "It's not a joke. I'm really going to marry Berta." Ha! The king went on laughing. "I know she's not what you expect, father," Marco continued, "but she has kept me company throughout my journey, and she has won my heart." Ha! The king suddenly stopped laughing. His lips turned white. "What?" he said, sitting up in his bed. "Berta is going to marry me," Marco explained one more time. "Get out," the king shouted, "and get that hairy worm out of here. I will not have a caterpillar as a daughter-in-law." Gee, I wonder why. Marco gently laid Berta down on a rocking chair. Then, calmly, he approached his father's bed. "Father," he said in a serious tone, "I respect you, and I don't want to make you unhappy." He paused, glancing back at the caterpillar. "But Berta is a magical creature. I know she looks like a caterpillar, but she speaks as intelligently as any woman I have ever met." The king grunted and turned his head away from his son. "More importantly," Marco said, "she loves me, and I love her." Marco reached over and put a hand on his father's shoulder. "Father, please listen." The king, who was a fair and loving father, slowly turned over to face his son. "I would be the happiest man alive. No, I am the happiest man alive because of her," Marco said. "Please, I beg you, give us your blessing." The king remained silent for a long time. When he finally spoke, he seemed tired and sad. "You are a fool," he told Marco. "But if you don't mind that the whole town will laugh at you, then you can do as you wish." "Oh, thank you, father," Marco said, kissing the king's hand. "I'm very grateful." The next day, the king announced that the wedding would take place in 3 days in order to give the brides enough time to weave their own veils. As part of the traditional Filipino wedding ceremony, the veils would be draped around each couple as a symbol of their unity. The brides immediately got to work on their veils, as 3 days was little time to weave a cloth broad enough to be wrapped around 2 people. Manuel's bride wove a delicate cloth using silk and pineapple fibers, called sutlang piña. Paolo's bride produced a sturdy fabric made from wild banana leaves called abaca, which she then dyed crimson. There's his wife. Dyed crimson, so change the color. On the wedding day, the veils were displayed on the backs of each couple's carriage for all the townspeople to see. As the wedding procession slowly floated down the town's main street, cries of approval rose up from the crowd. "God bless you. She's beautiful. Best of luck to you both. May you have many children." But neither of the exquisite veils could compare to the lush silk Berta wove. Yards and yards of the colorful silk adorned Marco's carriage, every one of its brilliant threads gleaming brightly in the morning sun. Yet, even though the cloth was stunning, the crowd jeered when they saw Marco's caterpillar bride. Jeered, like insulting or yelling at the crowd.
Like they don't like it?
Yeah, they do not like his caterpillar bride. "She's got more hair than you. She's got more hair than you," someone cried out to Marco. "You should have married my goat," another shouted, laughing. "The youngest prince is blind." Marco lovingly stroked Berta's fuzzy neck. "It's all right, my love," he said in a soothing voice. "They can laugh at you all you want, and I'll still love you." At the end of the procession, the couples descended from their carriages and approached an outdoor altar that was set up for the ceremony. From a balcony above the altar, the king watched. Manuel and Paolo stood proudly next to their brides throughout the mass. Marco cradled Berta close to his chest, as though shielding her from the harm. Finally, the priest asked the couples to kneel down so that their veils could be wrapped around their shoulders. As Marco began to kneel, Berta suddenly spoke. Put me on the ground and crush me with your foot, she said. Marco looked at her, alarmed. What? Why? Please, Marco, Berta whispered. Don't ask questions. Just trust me and do as I say. But now, my prince, the caterpillar bride said urgently, you have to do it before it's too late. Marco shook his head in bewilderment, but he gently set her on the ground as she asked. Then, closing his eyes tightly, he lifted his foot above her and brought it down just below her neck. Even with his eyes closed, Marco saw a bright light suddenly flash before him, and he felt a gust of cool wind. He opened his eyes. In front of him stood the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. He looked at her, astonished. The crowd gasped in surprise. Marco's brothers could only stare. With her full red lips and almond-shaped eyes, the woman's magnificent beauty made the two other brides look like poor peasants. I'm free at last, the woman said to Marco, kissing him on the cheek. Thank you. Marco struggled to find his voice. Who are you? The woman tossed back her long, wavy hair and laughed. I'm Berta, of course, she said. I was a princess once, but a witch cast a spell on me, and only the truest love from a prince could break it. Berta? The young prince said in disbelief. Yes, my prince, it's really me. Slowly, a warm smile spread across Marco's face. Berta, why, you're perfect, he cried. The crowd burst into cheer as Marco took her in his arms and kissed her. The king stood up from his chair, clapping in delight. By noon, the three couples were married, and the whole town celebrated with a fiesta of dancing, singing, and succulent food. Eventually, the king grew to love the caterpillar princess more than his other daughters-in-law, and before he died, he left the throne to Marco, the youngest prince. Thank you all. That was fun. Hope you like the story.
I'm Elizabeth. I'm Riley. And we're going to be reading I Am Enough by Grace Byers. Like the sun, I'm here to shine. Like the voice, I'm here to sing. Like the bird, I'm here to fly and soar high over everything. Like the trees, I'm here to grow. Like the mountains, here to stand. Like time, I'm here to be and be everything I can. Like the champ, I'm here to fight. Like the heart, I'm here to love. Like a ladder, here to climb, and like the air, to rise above. Like the wind, I'm here to push. Like a rope, I'm here to pull. Like the rain, I'm here to pour and drip and fall until I'm full. Like the moon, I'm here to dream. Like the student, I'm here to learn. Like the water, here to swell. Like the fire, here to burn. Like the winner, I'm here to win. And if I don't, get up again. I know that I may sometimes cry, but even then, I'm here to try. I'm not meant to be like you. You're not meant to be like me. Sometimes we will get along, and sometimes we will disagree. I know that we don't look the same. Our skin, our eyes, our hair, our frame. But that does not dictate our worth. We both have places here on earth. And in the end, we are right here to live a life of love, not fear. To help each other when it's tough, to stay together. I am enough.
Hey guys,
I'm Eleanor, and I'm reading a story about Michelle Obama. Do you all know who that is? Yeah. So she is a lawyer and was the first lady of the United States when President Barack Obama was president. Once upon a time, there was a girl who was always afraid. Her name was Michelle Robinson, and she lived in a one-bedroom apartment in Chicago with her family. Maybe I'm not smart enough. Maybe I'm not good enough, she worried. And her mother would say, if it can be done, you can do it. Anything is possible, said her dad. Michelle worked hard. Sometimes teachers told her she should not aim too high because her grades were not that good. Some people said she would never achieve something big because she was just a Black girl from the south side of Chicago. But Michelle chose to listen to her parents. Anything is possible, she thought. So she graduated from Harvard and became a lawyer at a big firm. One day, her boss asked her to mentor a young lawyer. His name was Barack Hussein Obama. They fell in love and got married a few years later. One day, Barack told her he wanted to become president of the United States. At first, she thought he was crazy. But then she remembered, if it can be done, you can do it. So she quit her job and helped him on his campaign. Barack won the elections twice, and Michelle became the first African-American First Lady of the United States. No one is born smart. You become smart through hard work, is her motto. And a quote is, always stay true to yourself and never let what somebody else says distract you from your goals. Michelle Obama.
Hey guys, I'm going to be reading Grandma's Purse. Okay. Today, my grandma Mimi is coming to visit. When Mimi comes over, she always has a new treasure to share. I can't look away from it. It must be full of some magical things, all of the things that make my grandma Mimi. Will you show me what's inside? She asked. Yes, she will. I keep all kinds of things in my purse. You never know what you'll want to have with you. I use my mirror to see myself. Before you see me, I use it to put on my lipstick so my lips are ready to give you a big kiss. And you have your smell good, Mimi laughs. Yes, I use my smell good so you know I was here even after I go home. I keep extra earrings in my purse in case I want to feel extra fancy. And my hairpins keep my hair just so. This coin purse holds my coins, of course, but it also holds memories. Your grandfather brought it back from Japan for me. So when I do something small, like put away change, I do something big and think of him too. Candy. You never know when you'll need a little treat. Mimi always passes me a piece of candy to suck on in church, right when I start having a hard time paying attention to the pastor. Your phone looks like a toy. It has my friends' phone numbers on it. What else would I need for? My glasses help me see your pretty face, and this scarf can keep me warm or give me a cushion if I want to rest my head, or it can make me feel fancy if my earrings don't do it on their own. Toward the bottom of the bag, I find a sleeve of pictures. At first, I only recognize one, me, but Mimi shows me who's in the others. There's Mimi a long time ago when she married Papa, and another of my mom when she was my age. She looks just like me, only without all of Mimi's accessories. There's one more thing at the very bottom. I couldn't see it until we took out all of Mimi's treasures one by one. It's big and it has my name on it. A purse of my own, and I know what will go in it first. Oh, candy. The end.
Yeah.
Oh, we're so humbled. Thank you.
Okay. They said
We're gonna raise this up just a little bit. Hello, children. Okay, you want to do the snowy day or the big hair? Which one?
Wait, let's raise hands. Who wants to do that one?
Yeah, my hair's nappy too. Jordan's seen it. Okay, we have nappy hair by Big Joe. Okay, so Jordan, I'm gonna read the main, you're gonna read the italicized.
Okay.
Those are the slanted words. Uncle Mordecai told the story at the backyard picnic. Uncle Mordecai told it, the folks joined in between the lines, and Jimmy taped it. Here it is. Brenda, you sure do got some nappy hair on your head, don't you?
Well,
it's your hair, Brenda. Take the cake. It takes the cake.
Don't you know?
And come back and get the plate. It ain't easy to come by that type of hair.
No, it ain't.
You can't just blame Africa. It's willful.
That's what it is.
Them some willful, intentional naps you got all over your head.
Sure enough.
Your hair is intended to be nappy.
Indeed it is.
I mean, combing your hair is like scrunching through the New Mexico desert and brogans in the heat of the summer.
That's the way.
That's the way. It's like crunching through snow.
Yep.
About a foot, 2 feet at least.
Uh-huh.
With 2 inches on the crust of the top.
I can hear it.
Y'all know how it sounds when you're scrunching through snow like that.
I can hear it.
That's what her hair sounds like when she combs over it in the morning.
Brother, you ought to be ashamed.
Ought to be ashamed. Ashamed? I'm not ashamed. I am proud. She's the only one in her school who knows how to talk right.
Ain't she something?
A rose among 1,000 thorns.
I know it.
Mm-hmm. Them old hardheads think they can talk English. But this child talks the king's English.
I can hear it.
Talks the queen's English too.
She can do it too.
She's talking the queen's English. But she sure Lord do got some nappy hair on her head.
Now why she got, oh my god. Now why has he got to come back at me like that?
And I'm going to tell y'all how she came up with this nappy hair.
Lord, listen to him now.
Her hair was an act of God that came straight through Africa. You see, the angels went up to God.
Will you listen to this?
Angels walk up to God to talk him out of it. They say, Lord, Lord, Lord. Well, why you gotta be so mean? Why you gotta be so willful? Why you gotta be so ornery? Thinking about giving that nappy hair to the innocent little child. Innocent. Sweet little girl like that, and you napping up her hair like you ain't got good sense.
That's what they said.
Napping up her hair 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 complete circles per inch.
Brother.
I'm talking about 8 complete circles per inch of hair.
Please.
And the angels trying to talk him out of it.
Yep.
But God
God
wanted himself some nappy hair upon the face of the earth.
That's what it was.
So God turned himself around, looked them angels square in the face. And God said, get out of my way.
Yep.
He said, this is my world.
It's his turn.
This is my world. And this child, this sweet little brown baby girl, child, she's going to have the nappiest hair in the world.
That's what he says.
Ain't going to be nothing they come up with gonna straighten this child's hair.
What are you gonna do about it?
I'm talking about straightening combs. I'm talking about relaxers and processes. Ain't nothing gonna straighten up the naps on this child's head. And it was done. Ha. 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 So here she come.
Well,
sitting back in Africa making plans.
that's where it was.
Squinching her eyes and looking deep.
She was deep.
Getting ready to come to America with them slaves.
Didn't we come over here?
So your mama for a nickel.
Yes, Lord, they did it.
And your daddy for a dime.
Yep.
I say they sold your mama for a buffalo.
That's the way it was.
And your daddy, they sold him for one thin dime.
That's what they did.
But this nap come riding express coming on across the ocean from Africa wouldn't stop for nothing.
Didn't she come?
Danced right on through all the wimp hair.
Didn't want it.
Wouldn't stop, wouldn't mix, wouldn't slow down for nobody.
Wouldn't do it.
Every time they tried to mess with her hair,
I can see it.
she stopped, it kicked, she stopped, it kicked, snuck on the ground, and came on through.
That's what she did.
Think she playing football, basketball, or something.
Yep.
Dribbling down the line.
She's the one.
And when she was born,
We remember.
when we looked down on her in the cradle,
What did we see?
we all shout out and jump back.
Did we jump?
Laugh and shout because I tell you, she had the kinkiest, the nappiest, the fuzziest, the most screwed up, squeezed up, knotted up, tangled up, twisted up, nappiest. I'm telling you, she had the nappiest hair you'd ever seen in your life.
That's what it was.
And the Lord
Well,
in heaven, the Lord who brought the Israelites out of Egypt.
yes, he did.
He looked down on this cute little brown baby girl.
He looked at her.
He looked at her and he said, well done.
Yep.
He said, I got me one.
That's what he said.
One nap of her hair is a perfect circle in nature.
Well,
I got me a cute little brown baby girl.
keep talking.
I got me at long last this cute little brown baby girl.
Well,
Well, it's not over yet. And she's got the nappiest hair in the world.
ain't it the truth?
It's the truth. Hey. Thank you, children.
We'll stop at the water fountain after.
Oh my God, that was so good.
Miss Frank, should I still read over here towards the camera if there's people or not? I don't know. Here? Okay. Can I just start? Okay. The Proudest Blue by Ibtihaj Muhammad. Mama holds out the pink. Mama loves pink. But Asya shakes her head. I know why. Behind the counter is the brightest blue, the color of the ocean. If you squint your eyes and pretend there's no lines between the water and the sky. It's the first day hijab. Asya knows it. I know it. We're sisters. The next day I wait. A new backpack, new light up shoes. I feel special. I feel like twirling. Asya comes out of the house and I stop. It's the most beautiful first day of school ever. I'm walking with a princess, so I pretend I'm one too. But even princesses have to stop to cross the street. Asya takes my hand in hers, says, "Come on, Faiza." We speed walk it. 14 steps, 14 light ups to get across. Asya takes me to my line first, hugs me goodbye. I turn to watch her leave,
give a little curtsy to the princess going to the 6th grade area. She's easy to see. Her hijab smiles at me the whole way. My first day hijab is going to be blue too. What's that on your sister's head? The girl in front of me whispers. A scarf, I whisper back. I don't know why a whisper came out. I try again, louder now. A scarf, hijab. Oh, she whispers. Asia's hijab isn't a whisper. Asia's hijab is like the sky on a sunny day. The sky isn't a whisper. It's always there, special and regular. The first day of wearing hijab is important, Mama had said. It means being strong. I turn, but I can't see the blue anymore. I run to the big kid's side, 27 steps to see Asia. I need to give her another hug. I need to see her smile. Faiza, Asia says. Asia's eyes wonder why I'm here. Are you excited, I ask, about the first day hijab? She nods, smiling big, and I feel better. Someone laughs from nearby, a boy, pointing at Asia. Why? Asia's hijab isn't a laugh. Asia's hijab is like the ocean waving to the sky. It's always there, strong and friendly. Some people won't understand your hijab, Mama had said, but if you understand who you are, one day they will too. In class, I draw a picture. 2 princesses in hijab having a picnic on an island where the ocean meets the sky. A girl who whispered in line says she likes it. She says it's so loud. The teacher comes over to see it. I wonder if Asia drew a picture too. Recess time is for 5 cartwheels in a row. I land the last one, near the 6th graders, near Asia and her friends, near a boy yelling, I'm going to pull that tablecloth off your head. Asia's hijab isn't a tablecloth. Asia's hijab is blue, only blue. Asia turns away. Her friends turn away. They race to the middle of the schoolyard, their shoes pounding the pavement playing tag. Don't carry around the hurtful words that others say. Drop them. They are not yours to keep. They belong only to those who said them. It takes me 48 steps to get away from the yelling boy. After school, I look around. I look for whispers, laughs, and shouts, but I only see Asia waiting for me like it's a regular day. She's smiling, strong. We cross the road hand in hand. I can't wait to get home, to show Mama the picture I drew, to show Asia that I'm wearing the same hijab in it. Because Asia's hijab is like the ocean and the sky, no line between them, saying hello with a loud wave, saying I'll always be here, like sisters, like me and Asia.
This is My Arkansas by Maya Angelou. There's a deep rooting in Arkansas. Old crimes like moss pen from poplar trees. The soul in earth is much too red for comfort. Sunrise seems to hesitate, and in that second lose its indecent aim, and dusk no more shadows in the noon. The past is brighter yet. Old hates and antebellum lace are rent but not discarded. Today is yet to come in Arkansas. It writhes in awful waves of brooding.
I'm reading 2 stories, and my first one is about an inventor called Anne Makosinsky. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Once there was a girl who couldn't study when it was dark because her house didn't have electricity. One day, her friend Anne came to visit, and together they talked about the issue. Anne was great at building things, and she was especially passionate about transistors, devices that regulate the flow of electric current. What if I could invent a flashlight that is powered by your body? Anne asked her friend. After all, our bodies give off lots of energy in the form of heat. The girls got very excited. Just think how many people could have electricity if this worked. Anne was just 15 years old, but she already had a lot of experience taking things apart and putting them back together. So she started to work on this mysterious new flashlight. She called it the hollow flashlight because she built it using a hollow aluminum tube. When she presented it to the Google Science Fair, she won first prize. It's the first flashlight that doesn't need batteries, wind, or sun, just body heat. Today, Anne is considered one of the most promising inventors of our time.
Her dream is to make hollow flashlights available for free to everyone in the world who can't afford electricity. I like the idea of using technology to make the world a better place and to keep our environment clean, she always says. Another one is about Beatrice Villa, who's a fencer. Once upon a time, there was an Italian girl who was a formidable fencer. Her name was Beatrice, but everyone called her Bibi. While she was in middle school, Bibi became very ill. By the time her parents got her to the hospital, she was fighting for her life. She had contracted meningitis, a severe illness that attacked the brain and spinal cord, and to save her, the doctors had to amputate her legs and her forearms. Bibi was in the hospital for more than 100 days. When she recovered from the surgery, she had one goal in mind, to go back to fencing. Nearly everyone told her it was impossible, but Bibi had a plan. First, she relearned how to walk, shower, open windows, and brush her teeth. She even taught her classmates how to use her brand new artificial limbs. When she started she strapped her foil to her arm and started training again. As the only wheelchair fencer in the world without arms and legs, Bibi had to invent a technique that would work just for her. After a while, she was ready to try competing again. In a few years, and with the help of two of the most famous fencing teachers in Italy, she became a champion. She won the World Cup in Canada, the European Championships in Italy, the World Championships in Hungary, and the gold medals in the Paralympics in Rio de Janeiro. To be special, Bibi says, you need to turn your weakness into the thing you're most proud of.
So I'm doing Maleficent Homespun Brown. Deep secret brown, like the subtly turning river currents, playfully beckoning me. Through my grandmother's kitchen window, winding steadily past banks of tall grass and wild rose bushes, carrying miles of life and endless possibility on the never-ending journey to the sea. Deep secret brown, like my eyes. Feathery brown, like the jagged shadows of hemlock branches, thrown over me and Daddy on a gentle mountain high. They pull back periodically to let sunbeams wash over us in patches and slowly grow more enormous than the towering, tattering triangles from which they stretch as the day begins to fade. We pause every now and then, saying nothing, breathing in the full, fresh aroma and breathing out worries like an offering of a prayer. Feathery brown, like my lashes. Amber brown, like honey harvested from a hive in Auntie's garden, a sacred healing elixir, a balm of languid voices and aching throats, born from billowing bustles of her industrious bees, stretching into a soft and squiggly line as it slips from the sligot to the bottle. For a moment, it's golden, dangling delicately in the air before pooling thick and earthy in the hollow of the gaping jar below. Amber brown, like my hair. Radiant brown, like the flawless surface of a towering sandcastle built in long, easy mornings at the beach with my mother. Every bump and curve is lovingly smoothed by our expert fingers as we craft royal fortresses of dampened seashore splendor, shimmering with the glory of a million tiny mica flecks glowing in the sun, crowned by the iridescent shells and the bits of glass jewels, proudly proclaiming the majesty they fashioned to enfold. Radiant brown, like my skin. Smooth, creamy brown, like the flawless flow of caramel, gloriously smothering my favorite fall fair delight. Every year, I line up with my little brother, eager to purchase the apple treats from the vendors in the brightly lit carts. Before bouncing off to the midway to watch show horses pounce and prance. while we giddily devour the most ordinary fruit, transformed by the most extraordinary silky sweetness, smooth, creamy brown like my laughter. Thundering brown, like the boisterous cracking dive of a mountain of autumn dried leaves on my grandpa's lawn, as the shrieks of joy and triumph shoot to the top of the clear, pale blue sky, and the last remnants of foliage relent their grip on the bare branches and come tumbling down in defeat. Thundering brown, like my power. Cozy brown, like hot cocoa, a comfortable cup of liquid dreams, sliding lazily over the content lips, filling mouths with quiet happiness as our family gathers to watch swirling rage of winter storms, tucked snugly inside the folds of our giant sofa. Cozy brown, like my peace. Magnificent homespun brown, like the family trees on Mimi's homemade quilt, forged from fabrics of every shade, from creamy to amber to deep secret, each with a memoir, a personal story, a portrait, lovingly sewn into one another, names and dates held together in the form of roots, trunks, limbs, and leaves. Magnificent homespun brown, like all the treasures, places, and people I love, coming together in me.
Poets, like singers, like teachers, like educators, like grandmothers, like grandfathers, use their voice to call individuals to action. Their communities serve as the constant backdrop of their poignant words, practices, and perspectives of dichotomous societies leverage poets to stand up and assert their voices to effect change. When poetry is profound, relevant, and sincere, meaning leaves that varied nucleus of inspiration and arrives at a permeated state of comprehension. This poem is meant to make you wonder about your purpose in life and how we should strive to connect to each other. The title of the poem is Je ne veux plus aller à l'école, à leur école. Leur, not mon, but leur école. I will read this poem in French and then I will tell you who the writer is and I will give a brief synopsis. Seigneur, je suis fatigué. Je suis né fatigué. Et j'ai beaucoup marché depuis le chant du coq et le morne est bien haut qui mène à leur école. Faites, je vous en prie, que je n'y aille plus. Je veux suivre mon père dans les ravines fraîches, quand la nuit flotte encore dans le mystère des bois, où glissent les esprits que l'aube vient chasser. Je veux aller pieds nus par les rouges sentiers que cuisent les flammes du midi. Je veux dormir ma sieste aux pieds nus des lourdes manguiers. Je veux me réveiller lorsque là-bas mugit la sirène des blancs et que l'usine sur l'océan des Cannes, comme un bateau ancré, vomit dans le champagne son équipage nègre. Seigneur, je ne veux plus aller à leur école. This is a poem about cultural identity. It is a revolt poem. The author is Guy Tyrolien, who dates from 1917 to 1988. Tyrolien was born in Guadeloupe, and he really in this poem rebels against the inside of a building type of education forced upon him by the French, and he yearns for the outdoors type experience believed in by his people. The phrase, je ne veux plus aller à leur école, I no longer want to go to their school. God, I'm tired. I was born tired. I have walked way too long and way too often to their school. I want my own type of school. I want my own experience. And I talked about dichotomy at the beginning, and that means that you have two societies that are battling for identity. Guy Tyrolien, Je ne veux plus aller à leur école, a poem about cultural identity. Thank you.
Well, I mean, it's kind of exciting since, like, you know, it's really small in here, so I want to share something that is like a rock sheet of energy to share. I was gonna go with the safe one if the place is full.
But since the place is not full, I can go with the not so safe one. No, it's okay. That will be fine. There's no bad language or anything like that. It's just more complicated, right? So one of my favorite poets is a poet named Marilyn Hacker. She's in her 80s now. She writes in French as well. And I fell in love with her work when I was in college, and I wrote her a birthday poem for her. And I sent it to her when I was, in my early 20s living in New York City. And she wrote me back, which was just killed me. And recently I wrote a poem about that experience. And it's a pantoum, which is a really weird poem. It's a Middle Eastern form where you repeat lines 2 and 4 it's 4 quatrains, and you repeat lines 2 and 4 in lines 1 and 3, and you do that over and over and over and over. So there's a ton of repetition, but mine's a little modernized, so I took some liberties with the form. But the reason why I wanted to bring this today is because I recently sent this poem to her home address in New York City. And I'm really hoping that I'll hear back from her again, but just because, in the tradition of going full circle. So I thought I would share this. So Pantoum circa 1991. I mailed a birthday poem to Marilyn Hacker when I was 23 and she 42. It was vain, terrible, hungry, weakened by NJAMs. When I was 23, I drank Manhattans, savoring the cherry, a terrible hunger by the weekend, jam and toast and love, poems dancing in the village. I drank Manhattan up, savoring it, a cherry bomb popping and the towers like exclamation points, toasting love poems. Dancing in the village in big shoes, baby. It was the bomb. The tower, the exclamation point of my life. I danced in big shoes, baby. It was a grab bag gift, gold or grease. In this life, I danced and kissed someone new each morning, grabbing the gift. One greasy, golden, final token would get me home. I kissed someone new. Each morning, a salty poem in my mouth. Fines, tokens, how would I get home? Alone from the free clinic, from the funerals. The poems turned to salt in my mouth. Then my lover slammed the door. It was freeing, clinical, until the funerals. I wanted to leave town, but I found then, after my lover slammed the door, there on the floor, a white parchment envelope, and I'd wanted to leave town. My name stamped from a typewriter's ribbon there on the floor, and me, white as parchment, enveloped in my loneliness but seen. Marilyn stamped my name from a typewriter's ribbon when I was 23 and needed my loneliness, needed to be seen, needed another sad, gay heart to beat with mine because I was 23. She wrote me, all because I mailed a birthday poem to Marilyn Hacker.
Here. Frida. Say I am. Io I. Busca. Search. Ver. Veo. I see. Aha. Aha. Juego. I play. Sé. I know. Sueño. I dream. Y me doy cuenta, and I realize de que that. Siento, I feel. Y entiendo, and I understand. Que amo, that I love. Y creo arte, and create. Y por la tanto, and so. Vivo, I live.
Okay, this one is called Sleep. My mouth expels one loud yawn after another. My mind seems covered in mist. My eyelids, too heavy, flutter nonstop. My body is begging for sleep. But there are 5 more pages left in chapter 4 of my social studies textbook. I must read about the 3 main ethnic groups in Nigeria. There are different modes of dress and choices of food. I must learn in which of the 36 states of the country they reside. I must learn how to say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening in each of their languages. I must be ready for Malam Zwindila. Hausa, as we already know, of course, which means that his test questions will most likely be about the Igbo and Yoruba ethnic groups. Weary from my battle with sleep, I rise from Mama's stool on the veranda and head to the backyard, careful not to startle my slumbering family. I select one basin from Mama's stack of enamelware. I fill the basin with water and set it by the stool. I dip my feet inside and resume reading. Impossible for sleep to come upon me. while my bare soles are freezing cold in water.
But thank you. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, Cameron, what's up with your shadows? Excellent, thank you. Called Lab Girl, which I'm reading right now. And it's about a woman becoming a scientist in her sometimes painful journey to becoming a scientist. People are like plants. They grow toward the light. I chose science because science gave me what I needed, a home, as defined in the most literal sense, a safe place to be. Growing up is a long and painful process for everyone, and the only thing I ever knew for certain was that someday I would have my own laboratory because my father had one. In our tiny town, my father wasn't a scientist, he was the scientist. And being a scientist wasn't his job, it was his identity. My desire to become a scientist was founded upon a deep instinct and nothing more. I never heard a single story about a female scientist, never met one or even saw one on television. As a female scientist, I am still unusual, but in my heart, I was never anything else. Over the years, I have built 3 laboratories from scratch, given warmth and life to 3 empty rooms, each one bigger and better than the last. My current laboratory is almost perfect. Located in balmy Honolulu and housed within a magnificent building that is frequently crowned by rainbows and surrounded by hibiscus flowers in constant bloom. But somehow I know that I will never stop building and wanting more. My lab is not room T309 as stated on my university's blueprints. It is the Jaron Laboratory, and it always will be, no matter where it is located. It bears my name because it is my home. My laboratory is a place where the lights are always on. My laboratory has no windows, but it needs none. It is self-contained. It is its own world. My lab is both private and familiar, populated by a small number of people who know one another well. My lab is the place where I put my brain out on my fingers and I do things. My lab is a place where I move. I stand, walk, sit, fetch, carry, climb, and crawl. My lab is a place where it's just as well that I can't sleep because there are so many things to do in the world besides that. My lab is a place where it matters if I get hurt. There are warnings and rules designed to protect me. I wear gloves, glasses, and closed-toed shoes to shield myself against disastrous mistakes. In my lab, whatever I need is greatly outbalanced by what I have. The drawers are packed full with items that might come in handy. Every object in my lab, no matter how small or misshapen, exists for a reason, even if its purpose has not yet been found. I'll stop there since we have a class.
All right, so I want to do this one because I saw the word dreams and I'm a big dreamer. So I'm going to go for this one. This is a very familiar poet, Countee Cullen, and the title is For a Poet. I have wrapped my dreams in a silken cloth and laid them away in a box of gold, where alone will cling the lips of the moth. I have wrapped my dreams in a silken cloth. I hide no hate. I am not even wroth. Who found earth's breath so keen and cold? I have wrapped my dreams in a silken cloth and laid them away in a box of gold.
My name's Cameron. I'm going to read Lola Plants a Garden. I chose this one because I also like gardening, like she does. So this is by Anna McQuinn. It's illustrated by Rosalind Beardshaw. Lola loves her book of garden poems. Her favorite poem is about Mary Mary. Lola wants to plant a garden. Mommy says there's room near the vegetables. Lola gets books about gardens from the library. She chooses her favorite flowers from the books. Mommy makes a list. They go to the garden store to buy seeds. Lola and Mommy make the garden. The seed packets mark where the flowers are planted. Lola will have to wait a long time for them to grow. Lola makes her own flower book while she waits. Mommy types the Mary Mary poem and Lola glues it in. Lola makes a string of bells. She finds shells and some old beads. She even makes a little Mary Mary. One day, Lola sees tiny green shoots. She pulls up weeds so the shoots can grow. Lola's flowers grow bigger and bigger. They open up to the sun. Daddy helps Lola hang her shining bells. Lola finds Mary Mary a special spot. It's just perfect. Orla, Ben, Ty are coming to see Lola's garden. Lola and Mommy make cupcakes. Lola wears her flower shirt. Mommy helps Lola with her hair. Lola's friends love everything about her garden. They share the crunchy peas and sweet strawberries that Mommy grew. Then Lola makes up a story about Mary Mary. What kind of garden will Lola plant next? That is the end.
Schedule's a little off for classes and once in a while, for schools, but because we're still sort of like.
Okay, a big mooncake for a little star.
Little Star's mama laid the big mooncake onto the night sky to cool. Now, little star, Mom said, your mooncake took us a long time to bake. So let's see if you can make it last a while. Can you remember not to touch this big mooncake until I tell you? Yes, Mama, little star said, nodding.
And little star remembered as she brushed her teeth, washed her face, snuggled into bed, and fell asleep.
But in the middle of the night, little star woke up.
She forgot everything her mama had said and only remembered the big mooncake.
Pat, pat, pat. Little star softly tiptoed to the big mooncake.
Would her mama notice if she took a tiny nibble? Little star didn't think so. Yum.
But was someone coming? Little star flew back to bed.
The next night, little star remembered the big mooncake again, though that one bite had been so sweet and tasty. Was the cake still there?
Yes, it was. There was that big mooncake, an almost perfect circle, all alone and delicious in the sky. Would her mama notice if she took another tiny nibble? Little star didn't think so.
Yum. Little star flew back to bed.
And the next night, what do you think little star remembered? The big mooncake, of course. Would Mama notice if she took another nibble? Little star didn't think so. Yum.
And the night after that, what did little star do? Nibble, nibble. Yum.
Night after night, little star took a tiny nibble after nibble of the big mooncake.
Until one night, little star's mama went to look for the big mooncake. Where was it? It was gone,
Instead of a glowing round cake, there was just a trail of twinkling crumbs.
Little star, Mama said.
Little star, her mama said, shaking her head even though her mouth was curving. You ate the big mooncake again, didn't you? Little star looked up, her grin reflecting her mama's smile.
Yes, Mama.
Now let's go make another one.
The end. Hi. This one's called My Shadow is Purple. No, I have not read this one. My dad has a shadow that's blue as a berry, and my mom's is as pink as a blossoming cherry. There's only two choices, a 2 or a 1, but mine is quite different. It's both and it's none. If theirs are straight, then mine is a circle, for my shadow's different. My shadow is purple. My shadow loves playing with all sorts of toys, things loved by girls and things loved by boys. I dance with the pinks as they turn and they spin, and play sport with the blues as they lose and they win. Some of my friends think I'm simply confused, but the thing I love most is not having to choose. Some tell me I'm blue, only blue can be strong, but my mom's strong too, so I think they're wrong. Some tell me I'm pink, because pink's the most caring, but dad's always crying and loving and sharing. Why can't I love sport and dancing and trains and ponies and glitter and engines and planes? Why must I choose and exclude all the rest? I love choosing both because both is the best. And now it's time for the greatest event. The school dance is here. The invite's been sent. I'm ready to rock and I'm feeling cute. My mom made my skirt and my dad made my suit. I bounce through the door and gasp as I enter. The room split in two, right down the center. Blue shadows go left and pink shadows go right. Once we're split up, we'll kickstart this night. Everyone laughs as they head to their zones, and I'm right in the middle. I'm left all alone. I look to the left where the shadows are blue. They wave me over, saying, "You're blue too." Then I look to the right as I struggle to think. They call me over. "Come on, you're pink." The teacher walks up, looking rather amused. "I know you're different, but now you must choose." My heart just starts racing and tears fill my eyes. I know I must choose, but don't understand why. The room has gone quiet and everyone's looking. My cheeks are so red, they feel like they're cooking. If I cannot be purple, then I cannot stay. I'll leave and go home, I quietly say. I slowly start walking. My legs are like jello. A voice breaks the silence. My shadow is yellow. My eyes open wide. My shadow, it gawks. A child walks to the middle, looks up and talks. There's more than two colors our shadows can be. I was too scared before, but blue is not me. I know from outside blue fits like a glove, but my shadow's yellow, which to me feels like love. They turn with a smile and take hold of my hand. Who wants to join us? There's room here to stand. At first no one moves, then a hand's in the air. My shadow's as brown as a big grizzly bear. My shadow is red, mine's silver, mine's green, mine's violet, mine's orange, mine's aquamarine. They all rush to join us, whatever their color, blue, pink, and purple, and shadows called other. I look at each shadow, no two are the same. On each happy face, there's no trace of shame. Each different and special and fully unique, no color's stronger and no color's weak. The teacher comes over as we're joined as one. Whatever your color, start dancing, have fun. And that's the book.
Hello? Is this on? Okay. So we're going to read Hello, Goodbye, Dog. Yes. Hello, Moose, said Zara. There was nothing Moose loved more than hello. Hello was a ride in the car. Goodbye, Moose, said Zara. It's time for school. Moose put on her brakes. It took Mom and Dad to get Moose to leave. There was nothing Moose disliked more than goodbye. Goodbye was an itch that couldn't be scratched. When Mom took the mailbox, out zoomed Moose. It was time to say hello. Two paws patted on the glass. Oh my, said Miss Perkins. It's a dog. Moose, said Zara. Hello, Moose, said the class. Hello was a pat on the head. Dogs aren't allowed in school, said Miss Perkins. Moose will be quiet, said Zara. She loves story time. Moose lay on Zara's feet as Miss Perkins reads a story. Goodbye, Moose, said Zara. Moose put on her brakes. It took Mom, Dad, Zara, and Miss Perkins to get Moose to leave. Goodbye was being tied up in the backyard. Moose chewed through the rope. It was time to say hello. Hello, Moose, cried Zara. Hello was having a book and someone trying to read it to you. Dogs aren't allowed in the library, said Miss Chen. Moose will be quiet, said Zara. She likes when I read to her. Zara read. Kids listened. Moose's tail swept circles on the rug. Goodbye, Moose, said Zara. Moose put on her brakes. It took Mom, Dad, Zara, Mrs. Perkins, and Miss Chen to get Moose to leave. Goodbye was a closing door. Moose pushed through the screen. It was time to say hello. Hello, Moose, said Zara. Hello smelled like homemade cookies. Dogs aren't allowed in the cafeteria, said one of the lunch ladies. She'll be quiet. I'll just read to her, said Zara. Zara read. One kid sat, then another and another, until the table was full. Moose's tail thumped on the floor. What's that dog doing here? Asked Principal Evans. It's time for goodbye, Moose, said Zara. But Moose was tired of goodbye. A game of tag was on. Principal Evans was it. Chairs tipped, kids slipped, teachers tripped, trays flipped, and Moose skipped right back to Zara. Then Moose got tagged. Goodbye, Moose, said Zara. It took Mom, Dad, Zara, Mrs. Perkins, Miss Chen, Principal Evans, and all the lunch ladies to get Moose to leave. Goodbye was a tag without an it. Goodbye was a tug and no war. Goodbye was a hide without seek. Goodbye was being alone. Oh, yowled Moose. She needed to say hello, but Zara wasn't there. Hello, Moose, said Zara. I know you don't like goodbyes, so I have an idea. Zara took Moose to therapy dog school. Moose was tested on her temperament, check, on sitting, lying down, and staying, on being with children, on being around wheelchairs. Finally, Moose was ready. The next day, Moose joined Zara in the classroom. Hello, Moose, said the class. Mrs. Perkins, Miss Chen, Principal Evans, and all the lunch ladies. Moose, welcome the class reading dog. Welcome class reading dog, Moose. Today was hello. That's it.
It's not the same book. Don't worry. That's not my name.
Okay. It was Mira's first day of school. In the morning, Baba made her favorite breakfast. Mama kissed Mira's forehead, and Nani waved them goodbye.
Good morning, Mira. I love you, Mira. Good luck, Mira.
Mira had been waiting for months to start school. She was so excited to learn, to play, and most of all, to make friends. She shyly stood in front of the class and said,
My name is Mira.
Mira thought her name was simple and easy, but the other kids couldn't say it right. They stretched out the I until it sounded like an E, and their R sounded wrong. Some people even forgot the H.
Hey, Mina, Miriam, Mira, Miro, Mira, Nura, Miha, Niha, Mara. What? Yeah, that too.
Even some of the teachers said it wrong.
Is Mina here? Here.
Mira didn't want to be called Mina for the rest of her life, but she was too shy to speak up and correct her teacher. Hayden asked Mira if he could call her Maya. He said that it would be easier for everyone to say. She wanted to shout,
That's not my name.
but she didn't. Mira's first day hadn't gone how she had imagined at all. Why can't anyone say my name right? She wondered sadly. Mama and Baba and Nanny can say it. Why can't anyone else? Mira felt like giving up. She thought about changing her name to something easier, something other kids would think was normal. If she had a different name, no one would get it wrong when she ordered hot chocolates at cafes. Maybe she could finally find a keychain with her name on it. Maybe she could make some friends.
When she arrived home, Mira told Mama about her plan to change her name, but Mama didn't look happy. You have a beautiful name, she said. Mira means happiness in Arabic, Mama said. The first time I heard you laugh, I knew it would fit you perfectly. I know your name is different from your classmates, but that isn't a bad thing. It just means that it's unique and special. Your name is something to be proud of, and no one can take that away from you.
Mama said Mira shouldn't change her name for anyone. If people can remember names like Beethoven and Chavatsky and Michelangelo, they can remember Mira. You're right, Mama. I'm proud of my name, and I love what it means. I can't wait to tell the whole world that my name is Mira.
Mira kept Mama's words close to her, and when she went back to school the next day, my name is Mira, not Maya, she told Hayden proudly and explained how to pronounce it properly. I'll make sure I say your name right from now on, Mira said Hayden. I'm also really sorry that I hurt your feelings yesterday. When he asked if they could play together, Mira smiled. She just made her first friend at school.
Sometimes people still got it wrong, but that was okay, because now Mira knew what to say.
Hey, Mira, that's not my name.
Now Mira has so many new friends at school. They all have unique, beautiful names, and she always makes sure she says them right. I like my name because it means little loved one, said Akio. Jasper joined in and said he was named after his granddad. Mira loves how different they all are, and she's excited to make even more friends. Maybe you could be a friend too.
Hi, my name is Mira. What's yours? The end.
then you gotta read up. You haven't done this before. But we're gonna be filming from here. So come on this way. This is where the recording is, and then you guys are up front to listen, right?
Shadows on the wall, noises down the hall. Life doesn't frighten me at all. Bad dogs barking loud. Big ghosts in a cloud. Life doesn't frighten me at all. Mean old Mother Goose, lions on the loose. Life doesn't frighten me at all. Dragons breathing flame on my counterpane. That doesn't frighten me at all. I go boo, make them shoo. I make fun, way they run. I won't cry, so they fly. I just smile. They go wild. Life doesn't frighten me at all.
Great book. I gotta cut you off, but it is such a good book, and I hope you guys read more of it. I might do that. Yeah, you have to keep it moving, you guys. Thank you. I might.
I'm sorry.
I apologize. You did awesome.
That is my fault, not Miss Hitchcock. She's just trying to honor everybody.
The microphone's very sensitive, and you don't have to move it. It'll be good.
The World Belonged to Us by Jacqueline Woodson, illustrated by Leo Espinosa. In Brooklyn in the summer not so long ago, my mom would straighten my hair for school with a hot comb, then twist into spiraling curls that she would said that should last a while. But they only lasted until I ran headfirst into the hydrant. And quick as that, my hair sprung back from straightened curls to natural coils, because it was finally summer and hair too had a right to be free. From the end of practice to the beginning of dinner, every single day, all summer long, we played in the street, shooting bottle caps we filled with tar across chalk-drawn scully boards. We spun tops and learned to take turns and flicked our double Dutch ropes into blurs, singing. Not last night, but the night before, a nickel and a pickle came knocking at my door. And we jumped and we ran and we played, and the whole wide world felt like it belonged to us.
She Persisted. 13 American Women Who Changed the World. Written by Chelsea Clinton, illustrated by Alexandra Boing. Sometimes being a girl isn't easy. At some point, someone probably will tell you no, will tell you to be quiet, and may even tell you your dreams are impossible. Don't listen to them. These 13 American women certainly did not take no for an answer. They persisted. Harriet Tubman was born a slave, and her story could have ended there. Instead, she persisted, escaping from slavery and becoming the most famous conductor on the Underground Railroad. She risked her life many times to lead countless slaves to freedom, including her family, friends, and strangers. Every person she led to freedom arrived safely. I should fight for my liberty as long as my strength lasted. Once Helen Once Helen Keller became blind and deaf as a toddler, few people thought she'd be able to learn to read, write, or speak, but she persisted. Helen learned how to do all three and not only became the first person with deaf blindness to graduate from college, but she used her story to help fight for more opportunities for people with disabilities in the United States and around the world. One can never consent to creep when one feels an impulse to soar.
After her family fled poverty and the threat of violence in Ukraine for a new home in New York City, Clara Limich got a job working at a garment factory. She wrote that the factory's conditions made women into machines, and so she persisted, organizing picket lines and strikes that ultimately helped win better pay, shorter hours, and safer working conditions for thousands of workers, both women and men. I am one of those who suffer from the abuses described here, and I move that we go on a general strike.
Maybe the last post-it
Hmm?
note, the last note, the last page that's been posted.
Right here? Okay. So if anyone ever tells you no, if anyone ever says your voice isn't important or your dreams are too big, remember these women. They persisted, and so should you. I am reading Nobody Likes a Goblin by Ben Hatik. Nobody likes a goblin. Deep in a dungeon, the bats were sleeping soundly, and Goblin woke up to a new day. He lit the torches, he fed the rats, he gnawed on an old boot for breakfast, and he thought about the day ahead. I think I'll go see Skeleton, said Goblin. Skeleton lived in the treasure room, and he was Goblin's very best friend. They counted bats, they played roll the dice, and Skeleton told Goblin stories from the days when he was a mighty warrior. He even let Goblin try on his old crown. Look at me, said Goblin. I'm the Goblin King. But then came a sound of boots on stone. Adventurers were storming the dungeon. They scared the rats, they knocked over the torches, they plundered the pantry. Goblin hid under his bed until they went away. The adventurers took everything. They took the gold, they took the maps, the books, the gems, and the scrolls. And they took Skeleton. So Goblin put on his crown and he walked out into the wide world to find his friend. On the far side of the mountain, Goblin met a farmer. I'm looking for my friend Skeleton, said Goblin. Ack! Shrieked the farmer, a filthy goblin. And he chased the goblin down the road. Farmer chased Goblin right through an inn full of elves. Ugh, said the innkeeper, a disgusting little goblin. Catch it, cried the elves, and they tried. The farmer, the innkeeper, and the elves chased Goblin to the edge of the haunted swamp. And there Goblin saw the adventurers pulling a cartload of spoils, and sitting atop the treasure was Skeleton, shouted Goblin. Get that goblin, shouted everyone. Goblin grabbed hold of his friend and ran. Goblin and Skeleton ran through the haunted swamps until they passed a cave. We'll hide in here, said Goblin. They're looking for us, said Skeleton. They will find us soon. I know, said Goblin. Troll was right. Nobody likes a goblin. Well, I like a goblin, said Skeleton, and the two friends sat together and waited for their doom.
Becoming Muhammad Ali by James Patterson and Quayme Alexander. Where I'm from black Cadillacs, from plastic covered sofas and tiny pink houses. I'm from the one bathroom we all shared and the living room you stayed out of. I'm from Friday fried fish and chocolate birthday cakes, from Levi Brothers slacks and shiny white shoes, from Cash and Bird, from Storytellers, and good looks, from You Don't Say You Can't Till You Try. I'm from Kentucky Derby and the land of the baseball bats. From the two Cassius Clays before me, one black, one white. I'm from slavery to freedom, from the west end of Smoketown, from the unfulfilled dreams of my father to hallelujah hopes of my mama.
Maybe Something Beautiful. How Art Transformed a Neighborhood by F. Isabella Campoy and Theresa Howell. Illustrated by Rafael Lopez. In the heart of a gray city, there lived a girl who loved to doodle, draw, color, and paint. Every time she saw a blank piece of paper, Maria thought to herself, maybe. And because of this, her room was filled with color, and her heart was filled with joy. On her way to school one day, Maria gave a round apple to Mr. Henry, the owner of the shop down the street. She gave a flower to Miss Lopez, the lady with the sparkling eyes. She gave a songbird to Mr. Sachs and a red heart to the policeman who walked up and down the streets. On her way home, Maria taped a glowing sun onto the wall, hiding in the shadows. Her city was less gray, but not much. The next day, Maria saw a man with a pocket full of paintbrushes. He gazed at the wall and looked at her son. He held his fingers up in a square and peered through them. He said thoughtfully. What do you see? Maria asked. Maybe something beautiful, the man replied. And just like that, he dipped a paintbrush in the paint. Bam! Pow! The shadows scurried away. Sky blue cut through the gloom. The man's laughter was like a rainbow spreading across the sky. Who are you? Maria asked. I am an artist, he said. A muralist. I paint on walls. I'm an artist too, she told him. He handed Maria a paintbrush. Then come on. Maria dipped it in the loudest color she saw. Yowee! The wall lit up like sunshine.
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, dreams. Hold fast to dreams, for if dreams die. Life is a broken winged bird that cannot fly. Hold fast to dreams, for when dreams go, life is a barren field frozen with snow. Okay, the dream keeper. Bring me all your dreams, you dreamer. Bring me all your heart melodies. May I wrap them in a blue cloud cloth away from too rough fingers of the world.
Where Are You From? By Yamil Said Mendez and illustrated by Jamie Kim. Where are you from? They ask. Is your mom from here? Is your dad from there? They ask. I'm from here, from today, same as everyone else, I say. No, where are you really from? They insist. I ask Abuelo because he knows everything, and like me, he looks like he doesn't belong. Where am I from? Abuelo thinks. His eyes squint, like he's looking inside his heart for an answer. You come from the Pampas, the open free land, he says. You come from the Guacho, brave and strong, from the brown river that cleanses and feeds the land that gives us the grain for our bread, the milk for our cows. You're from mountains so high they tickle Señor Cielo's belly, where the condor roosts his family and the jaguar prowls the night. But you're also from the warm blue oceans the copper warriors tried to tame, and the elegant palm trees stretch their fingers to caress. But Abuelo, I ask, where am I really from? Abuelo laughs. You want a place? He points at his heart, to his heart. You're from here, from my love and the love of all those before us.
So our book is I Wonder. Words by K.A. Holt.
Pictures by Kennard Pak. What if the sun is really a kite?
Is cereal afraid of the spoon? I wonder if sandwiches get mad when you bite them.
What if the ocean is one big water bottle?
Do tires get tired?
I wonder if dragonflies dog paddle. Do bubbles tickle everything they touch?
Is a fly a baby in the morning and an old man at night? Does a grasshopper take hopping lessons?
I wonder if cars and trucks speak the same language.
Do windmills ever get tired? Where are all the unicorns hiding?
I wonder if boy ladybugs are called boy bugs. What do clouds taste like? What do you wonder?
Amazing audience. Amazing. Spanish reader. Stand up. Nope, don't walk through the walk around the outside. Thank you. Let's go.
Duncan, right here. Winnie, right here. We don't need the microphone. Siéntate en your bottom. Okay, that will be good. You want to do that? I don't know. Okay. So they're going to start, or you want the two groups right now?
We'll have time to get through, right? If we get through. You guys wanna try?
Okay, yeah. Siéntate en your bottom. Siéntate. Okay. Be super audience.
Our book is Perros Perros.
Dogs, dogs.
Perros Perros.
Dogs, dogs.
Muchos perros.
Lots of dogs.
Pero grande, pero chico.
Big dog, little dog.
¿A dónde van?
Where are they going?
Arriba, abajo.
Up, down.
Por el pueblo.
Through the town.
Espera.
Wait.
Más perros.
More dogs.
Pero anoche, pero estrecho.
Wide dog, narrow dog.
¿A dónde van?
Where are they going?
Arriba, abajo.
Up, down.
Por el pueblo.
Through the town.
Espera.
Wait.
Más y más perros.
More and more dogs.
Pero rápido, pero lento.
Fast dog, slow dog.
Pero limpio, pero sucio.
Clean dog, dirty dog.
¿A dónde van?
Where are they going?
Arriba, abajo.
Up, down.
Por el pueblo.
Through the town.
Espera.
Wait.
Más y más perros.
More and more dogs.
Pero mojado, pero seco.
Wet dog, dry dog.
Pero negro, pero blanco.
Black dog, white dog.
Pero liso, pero rizado.
Smooth dog, curly dog.
Arriba, abajo.
Up, down.
Por el pueblo.
Through the town.
Ladrando.
Barking.
Brincando.
Jumping.
Splash, splash.
Viva!
Hooray!
Yes.
I'll hold it. You hold it? All right, I will hold it, yes. And you'll read half. Yeah. Every other page? Yeah, every other page. All right. El conejito knuffle. No hace mucho tiempo antes de que supiera hablar, Trixie se fue a hacer un recado con su papá.
Trixie y su papá fueron hasta la esquina. Cruzaron el parque.
Pasaron frente a la escuela y entraron la lavandería.
Trixie ayudó a su papá a meter la ropa en la lavandera.
Hasta puso el dinero en la máquina. Entonces se fueron.
Pero a una cuadra más o menos, Trixie se dio cuenta de algo.
Trixie miró a su papá y le dijo, Agugo, ya calla, mago. Eso es, contestó su papá. Vamos a casa.
Agugu, ya calla, magu, dijo Trixie otra vez. Ya gugu, makaya. Ya gama, pamagu.
Anda, por favor, no tengo pongas quisquillosa, dijo su papá. Claro, a Trixie no le quedó más remedio. ¡Guau! Se convirtió en trapo.
Hizo todo lo que pudo para que se dieran cuenta de lo enfadada que estaba. Cuando llegaron a casa, su papá también estaba enfadado.
Nada más abrió la puerta y la mamá de Trixie preguntó, ¿dónde es el conejito Knuffle?
Toda la familia corrió hasta la esquina y cruzaron el parque corriendo.
Pasaron zumbado por delante de la escuela hasta llegar a la lavandería.
El papá de Trixie buscó el conejito Knuffle y buscó y buscó y buscó. Pero el conejito Knuffle no estaba por ningún sitio.
Así que el papá de Trixie decidió volver a buscar otra vez. Mi conejito, mi Knuffle.
Y esas fueron las primeras palabras que dijo Trixie.
All right, Ian.
David se mete en líos. David Shannon. No es culpa mía.
Cada vez que David se mete en líos, siempre tiene una respuesta. Fue sin querer.
Fui un accidente. Ay, ay, ay.
No me gusta.
David no me gusta los juegos. Mi olvidé.
David no tiene pantalones. Mi perro se que comió las 10 berries.
Me di a la risa.
Tiene hambre. Gusta comer perro.
Pero se le gusta. Ay, 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 la
Mau,
gato
mau.
no me gusta.
Sí, me cayó.
Ah, la jugo de grape. Pero se papá lo dice.
Ya jabón. Perdón.
No fui yo.
Sí, fue yo.
Me gusta la mamá.
Lo siempre.
Lo siento.
Hello night, hola noche. Hello night, hello light, hello stroller, snugly tight. Hola noche, hola cariola, hola luz de la farola. Hello night, hello river, hello bird with a chirp and a quiver. Hola noche, hola rio, hola pájaro, de timido pío pío. Hello night, hello door, hello fruit on the orchard floor. Hola noche, hola puerta, hola fruta de la huerta. Hello night, hello owl, hello black cat out for a prowl. Hola noche, hola tecolote, hola gato, vagabundo y negrote. Hello night, hello cricket, hello mouse under the thicket. Hola noche, hola grillo, hola arbusto y ratoncillo. Hello night, hello moon, hello sky, dark lagoon. Hola noche, hola luna, hola cielo, grande laguna. Hello night, hello tree, hello stars up above me. Hola noche, hola estrellas, hola árbol de flores tan bellas. Hello night, hello home, hello dog on the roam. Hola noche, hola casa, hola perro de corriendo pasa. Hello night, hello bed, hello duckies from foot to head. Hola noche, hola cama, hola patitos en mi pijama. Good night, night. It's time to sleep. I close my eyes without a peep. Buenas noches, noche. Estoy casi dormido. Cierro los ojos sin gemido. The end.
Buenas noches, Luna, por Margaret Wise Brown, ilustraciones de Clement Hurd.
En la gran habitación verde hay un teléfono, un globo rojo y un cuadro.
De una vaquilla que sala sobre la luna.
Y otro más con tres ositos sentaditos en sus sillas.
Dos gatos jugantes, dos calcetines y dos mitones.
Y una casa de muñecas y un ratón que corretía.
Una cepillo y una gran pile, un papilo en un tazón.
Y una amable viejecita que teje muy calladita.
Buenas noches, habitación.
Buenas noches, Luna.
Buenas noches, vaquera que sala sobre la luna.
Buenas noches, lamparita. Buenas noches, globo rojo. Buenas noches, tres ositos. Buenas noches, tres citas.
Buenas noches, gatos jugantes.
Buenas noches, lindos mitones.
Buenas noches, ratios. Buenas noches, calcetines.
Buenas noches, casita.
Buenas noches, rotación.
Buenas noches, piene. Buenas noches, cepillo.
Buenas noches, Nade. Buenas noches, papila.
Buenas noches, viejecita. Que tejas tan calladita.
Buenas noches, gordios. Buenas noches, tira.
Done.
Bien.
All right. My friends, mis amigos. I learned to walk from my friend the cat. De mi amigo el gato aprendí a caminar. I learned to jump from my friend the dog. De mi amigo el perro aprendí a brincar. I learned to climb from my friend the monkey. De mi amigo el mono aprendí a trepar. I learned to run from my friend the horse. De mi amigo el caballo aprendí a correr. I learned to march from my friend the rooster. De mi amigo el gallo aprendí a marchar. I learned to nap from my friend the crocodile. De mi amigo el crocodilo aprendí a echar una siesta. I learned to smell the flowers from my friend the butterfly. De mi amigo la mariposa aprendí a oler las flores. I learned to hide from my friend the rabbit. De mi amigo el coneji aprendí a esconderme. I learned to explore the earth from my friend the ant. De mi amiga la hormiga aprendí a explorar la tierra. I learned to watch the night sky from my friend the owl. De mi amigo el buco aprendí a observar el cielo nocturno. I learned to read from my friend the books. De mis amigos los libros aprendí a leer. I learned to study from my friends the teachers. De mis amigos los maestros aprendí a estudiar. I learned to play from my friends at school. De mis amigos en la escuela aprendí a jugar. and I learned to love from a friend like you. Y aprendí como amar de una amiga como tú.
Se comprende todo bonito todo, amigos. Gracias so much for your time and care. That was very sweet. Los libros, very sweet. Gracias.
Well done.
Thank you so much. Gracias a Dios. Vamos a decir adiós, chao. Adiós. Por favor, idioma uno en la línea. Gracias a Dios. No worries, no worries. They need to go and have a- Una línea, adiós. Y yo uno en la línea, abre la puerta. You know, I don't know. Quede en la línea. Gracias a Dios.
Abuela.